Hi, guys. I am slightly late today. We've been dealing with some homeowner fun shit that nobody ever likes to deal with ever since I got up. So it's amazing I'm here at all. I don't exactly know how to approach this subject, but Clay, you had asked for it, and it sounds like an interesting one to do. So I'm gonna let you take it away and give an intro to what we're doing here. And in the meantime, I got to go shoo away a cat and make sure my door is really barricaded. So have at it, Clay.
Very cool. Thank you so much. Yeah, I did ask for this. Yeah, it's really cool to talk about this particular subject for me. I've mentioned it a few times in various places that part of my belief system, I actually do believe in the God of the Bible. Um, I also believe that He's laid out certain plans for us, but I also believe that um, a lot of people are getting it wrong. Um, and I'm not going to say that I'm right, but this is what I do believe. And I do believe some pretty outlandish things, I'm sure that some people would say. But then, it's my beliefs. And whether you choose to believe it or not is up to you. It's not, set in stone as far as I know. It's just something that I believe. Um, and I certainly hope it is correct because it's good news. Of course, the scriptures talk about good news. That's what the whole message is supposed to be. It's about good news and the hope of the future, paradise. Some people call it heaven. Um, I've studied for a lot of years since I was 22. I'm 40 now, so that's a long time. It's a long time of studying. Um, when I started studying, I really started in the book of Revelation, but I took into account all of the history, and a lot of people focus on the history as opposed to what the future is, and that's kind of what the focus for me is the future. It's great to know history. It's great to know what happened, but history is the past. What will happen is the future, and that's where hope comes in. And so that's why in my studies I've always been driven to find out what is going to happen. Now, to be clear, uh, the Bible and Jesus said that no one knows the time when it will happen, but what will happen has been laid out. It has been foretold. It's been foretold in the past of prophecies what would happen, and certain timelines have been given as well in the past. But that particular one of when will Jesus come back is not in the cards for us to know. However, what is in the cards for us to know is what will happen. And so in Revelation, it lays out a hope. It lays out a hope for New Jerusalem. It lays out a hope for a new earth. And so it is my belief that what we call Mars is actually the new earth. The word earth means land. That's all it means. It actually just means land. So when you look at other planets, Jupiter, Saturn, Neptune, those are gas giants. You can't actually physically land on those or walk on them. Venus, it's got an extremely gaseous, volatile nature to its atmosphere. It's just not really practical to walk on that. Mercury is too close to the sun. Anything laying on it is just going to burn up or freeze to death on the other side. The Earth seems to sit in a Goldilocks zone, is what they call it. So the earth sits in a place where we can not only walk freely, we can actually thrive to an extent. We have a limited lifespan. Some interpretations of the scriptures lead people to believe that there was either a dome for people who believe the earth was flat, or some type of spherical protection ice sheath across the planet, a protection, if you will. And so because of that, human beings in the time of creation would have been able to live for a very extended period of time. According to the scriptures, the flood and that belief system, the flood is actually what stopped that from happening entirely, from taking the lifespans of humans to hundreds of years to a very short period of time. But also the paradise story, Adam and Eve getting removed from the garden, also led to short periods of lifespan. So there was a protection on the earth. Now it's not here anymore, according to the scriptures. We have short periods of lifespan, as well as the earth itself. There's basically like a wilderness here where things die pretty rapidly. Well, the truth is that Mars is a planet that we are actually capable of landing on if you trust the science. I know some people don't. There's a possibility of it. Some people don't even believe we can go to the moon. That may be so. Some people believe we've never been out of the Earth's quote unquote atmosphere. I don't. I believe we've actually been to space. I believe we've sent satellites. I believe we've sent spaceships. I believe we've sent men into space. And not only that, but we also have been to the moon and have people in orbit right now. So the space question for me is answered. Can we get to space? Yes. If it is the case that we can get to space, could we land on any of the planets within our solar system? Well, there's actually only one. There's only one planet that we could actually land on and walk around with, of course, the right protection, and that would be Mars. And so because of that, my gaze has been fixed towards that planet, as well as many others. When it comes to the nations of the world, they have been affixed towards that planet. The name Mars, it means God of War. That's what it actually is. The Egyptians used to call it Horus, which is also God of War, or war god. Not sure exactly the context there, but regardless, the planet Mars, in the sense of gods, has always been viewed in a negative light as of war. And so for the scriptures, if you are a believer in the one true God, you would understand that there are no other gods in the context of the scriptures. So any other gods that are put before the God of the Bible must be destroyed in the end, or subdued, or some type of war must happen to prove that the God of the Bible is the only true God. It would make sense to me that the planet, just on that simple basis, would simply be called New Earth, as opposed to Mars or Horus or one of these names that has been given to the gods of these other cultures. So just to kind of give you guys a quick synopsis on that, as well as the idea behind the city that was laid out in Revelation, New Jerusalem. It's been given measurements. it's been given a foundation, which is made up of certain materials, gates, and various aspects of the city that lead me also to believe that this city would be placed, would come down out of the sky, be placed on Mars, on the mountain that exists there, Olympus Mons. Olympus Mons in the Greek times, in the Roman times, was referred to as the the mountain of the gods. Now, as I'm going through this, I want to give you guys an opportunity, or anybody in the chat, the opportunity to ask questions. I've laid out kind of some basic format, as well as like a brief introduction. And I certainly obviously have some scriptures to back this, as well as I've done a little bit of research on these the city's layout. So I want to give the opportunity for anybody to ask, open up questions, and that sort of thing, whether it's in the chat. If you really
I got a few already. I've been taking notes as you've been going.
Yeah, definitely. Very cool. Very cool. But I want to say too, because this is a show and we want to honor, the most important, which is, no offense, pay me. Beth does have a Cash App in her description. If you really want a question answered quicker than normal, I'm sure that she would appreciate it. That would certainly be helpful as well to the show. We're always happy to accept donations as well. But I just want to put that out there as well. And we'll go ahead and if you've got any questions right off the rip, we'll get right into that.
I've got the ultimate grift too, because it's my birthday. So, people.
Nice.
Let's go.
Happy day.
Thank you. So, I also am known for having some pretty wild beliefs because I do read the non-canonical texts. I've done a lot of research when it comes into the story with the Nephilim and the second rebellion in heaven and how all that plays out. And I find it very, very interesting that ancient humans wrote about the leader of that rebellion being locked up in a hexagonal prison that is kind of set aside of their own. And if you've never Googled, by the way, you guys, an image of the North Pole of Saturn, it's kind of freaky when you consider ancient man wrote about this. And that name would be associated with the leader of said group, right? When we start looking at like the other planets and whatnot, a lot of their names do actually coincide with, like you said, those gods. Now, of course, they would call beings that, present with abilities that us as humans don't have as probably being gods, even though they're just actually angels that have fallen and are out cat doing bad things. She saw my hair. So being a Christian, how do you reconcile that? If God made Earth for man and all of the other planets become associated with his creation that rebelled against him, how can we reconcile that and think that it's a good idea to maybe try to go to those places?
Very good. Excellent question. So all of those planets, they've been named by human beings. Now, according to Genesis, we were given people were given the authority to name the animals and things on the earth and so on and so forth. But it isn't in our authority to name the celestial bodies. So when these celestial bodies have been named as gods and with the names of supposed gods, that wasn't actually our authority to do so. So if if a planet or a celestial body is called the sun, for instance, or the moon, or Mars or Neptune, so on and so forth. If it is not our position, but rather the true God's position to name these things, and he calls it a thing, i.e., the greater light to rule the day and the lesser light to rule the night, then that is actually what they're supposed to be called. Now, we colloquially call them by these names, the sun, the moon, so on and so forth. But that is because we have been taught to call them these things. But the truth is that the sun, whether it's this ball of fire with these nuclear explosions going on with a constant, the name of it is given in Genesis. It is not called the sun in Genesis. It is called the greater light. Is it? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's close to that at the very least.
Yeah. And so the name is given, even the name of human beings was given to us. We're not actually called human beings. We're called men. Right. So, colloquially, yeah, we do call them by these things, but it's because we've been taught. And of course, the language does change through the years. So, we speak English, the Chinese speak Chinese, so on and so forth. But the colloquial term is not the actual thing that it is. Short of the animals, we were allowed to call the animals by name. But, other than that, authority to call them by things that they are is given to God. And even if, let's say he wanted to revoke that authority that he has given to us, because he has given us some type of authority here on the earth. So if we go to a planet, say Mars, and it's called New Earth, we wouldn't call it Mars anymore. We'd call it New Earth, essentially. That's how I justify.
But here's where you're going to start running into problems is we know that a lot of these names and things are often far more associated, or at least some of the names are associated with Roman and Greeks and, those civilizations. And in Deuteronomy, the Israelites are specifically warned not to worship the way that they do. And they were, in fact, worshiping these planets. So that would seem to be kind of where that line is coming in from God, that's saying, you shouldn't be, don't worship it. Don't aspire for it. This is what I've given you. Does that make sense?
Excellent. Yeah, no. And that's exactly right. So you wouldn't lay down worship to the planet Earth, just like you wouldn't lay down worship to the planet New Earth or to the greater light or the lesser light. And so the worship is to the one true God. You are his servant. You serve him only, and that's it. And so if I go to like let's say a distant land here on the earth, I don't say, well, no, I'm laying worship to this distant land, even though I might call it home because I've moved there. So I live in America. If I moved to China, people wouldn't say I worship China all of a sudden because I moved to China. So and here's the thing too. So the standard model that I'm using here for that city to be laid out, it's a city that exists on a distant land. That's it. That's all it is. It's not to worship it. It's not to present some type of reverence for that planet itself, but rather just to point to where that city actually is supposed to be or will be laid out.
Real quick, Machine Lies, welcome to my show. I appreciate you coming.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, thank you for having me. Yeah.
Long time no see, brother.
I
Hey,
thought we
bless.
was going to be talking about some ancient aliens. What
Oh,
the
we're gonna
hell?
get into the aliens. That's for damn sure. 'Cause I don't think
wanted
you
to
can.
talk about fluffy hair dude.
Oh, Giorgio, poor Giorgio. Yeah, I don't think we can talk about space travel and all of that without including some talk about aliens and um the belief structures around that, because you do get a lot of people who absolutely are dogmatic that aliens exist and there's life beyond this. And I've seen really cool studies testing bacteria in space, and you can actually draw correlations between some of the bigger plagues that wiped out huge numbers of people with asteroids that have hit the earth as well. So I think that part of the conversation can get really interesting. um I think that when it comes down to the term worship, right? And we're talking about, it's a fine line. If you're, if you look at what it is the people are doing, like making graven images and aspiring so strongly to reach this and to do this, I think it does start teetering on the edge of what could be, at the very least, construed as worship. And it's not a matter. I think even worship is subjective, right? Just because, sure, there's a definition for worshiping, I think that it's going to be an individual thing to each person in each civilization, just as, the ancient Greeks and Romans most definitely made the planets and the celestial movements part of their worship. So therefore, it does start coming down to that. And where do we draw the line? TML, what you got to throw in on this? I'm sure.
Oh yeah. Yeah, one thing that's interesting about the whole idea of the aliens is that it's sort of or even what Brick was sort of talking about with his a Bible sort of mixed in with futurism and the space age exploration, with Isaiah, where it says the heavens and the earth will be reborn. He's taken that to include space travel, and so on and so forth. So I think in terms of that, there's an idea on the one end of the archaic revival, right, which is sort of this idea of this great civilization of the past coming back. But on the other end, there's an idea of going into the futurism. So really, the alien myth is sort of like a hauntology because it compresses time, right? It's in philosophy, we call it hauntology. It compresses sort of two different times, and the main thing is sort of the technology, right? And so I mean, in terms of the idea of the Bible and futurism, there is something there because the Bible obviously contributed to the myth of progress, and a lot of people don't really know that, right? But certain Christians will even argue that the Bible is the source for the progress of Western civilization. It's the reason we got
because of the morality. TML, why they attribute progress as the source of the Bible?
Not just because of the morality, it's also certain achievements by the philosophers, right? In terms of looking at the Trinity and looking at political science, and so it's not just in terms of ethics; it's also in terms of political science and metaphysics that has sort of expanded the purview. And then it also brings in the whole idea. Obviously, they had the idea of angelic forms. Then if you go into the hierarchy of being, right, you could imagine that there's something that's higher than humans, but also lower than like Rudolf Steiner was talking about the Ahrimanic, between the the mineral and the plants, that a new life form would come into being, like Ahriman, it's like the computer or something like that. Like, so, I mean, between the whole, myth of technology, futurism, and the great civilizations of the past and how they developed,
That
you
would be
know.
interesting if they were talking about some type of advanced computer type technology and they reference it in the
They were.
Bible and how they
They
catch
they
it. That
do.
would be
They
great.
do. Yeah, they do. I think because when the angels show up, they have a device, right? Like the spinning wheel with the flames. It's
Yeah,
not the
Yeah.
angel itself. It's something that they possess, like a device.
yeah,
So the
like a
spinning
ship or
flaming
something.
wheels, yeah, yeah. So the spinning wheels, flaming wheels in Ezekiel are there besides the angels, right? So that's important to note. We did a little show on this too, where it's like,
Wheels within wheels.
yeah,
That's interesting.
yeah. So there's technology in the Bible. There's also technology in the ancient Greek myths, right? You have Talos, which is a giant automaton who's guarding this island, you know. And also you have Pandora, right? Pandora is basically an automaton, and she's like sent in, as like a sort of Trojan, horse, so to speak. But yeah,
Uh, what's you talking about Medusa or Pandora?
Pan
Pandora, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Medusa tends to fall like Medusa, the Minotaur, all of those. There is text that, and this is why, like, I'm not so fast to knock down people who want to talk about like the alien discussion, right? There is actual text that when the angels come down in the second rebellion and they start teaching humans all of this stuff, all of this technology that we weren't supposed to know, how to split roots and make our own medicines and how to do all of this shit, how to read the stars and
Good
things,
point.
right?
They do tell a
They
story
move.
about how they gave them knowledge and advanced them and all of that. So that's a good point.
Well, they also not only do they like procreate with the women of Earth and create the Nephilim, the giants, and like Hercules, Achilles, all of those great mythological figures who have a god for a father and a human for a mother. This
Right.
falls in with the story of the Nephilim. But then on top of that, the Nephilim, so God ends up wiping out all of the Nephilim. And the angels, who are rightfully pissed off because God just caused their children to all unalive one another, because God's like, nah, 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 we're not having that shit. They go on to start doing genetic experiments, if you will, where they're mixing, they're corrupting human and animals. And this is where we start seeing the myths of the Minotaur and Medusa, the part and the satyr, that the half human, half animal is actually in the ancient texts attributed to these fallen angels fucking up us who were made in God's image and the animals who were made by his hand and who are beloved by him. So this is their way of kind of being like, oh yeah, guess what we gonna do now? And
So would the dinosaurs also be included in that subtext as well?
genetic messing around with the dinosaurs, but I don't think so. I think because we have scripture where it's like, and behold, behemoth with its, and the description it gives actually sounds like some of the herbivore dinosaurs. I think it's like a long neck that it's compared to, where it talks about its trunk being as long as a cedar tree, or its and its tail being as long as a cedar. And so I think that when God creates the dinosaurs, he creates the more docile ones. And then it's those fallen angels, who the watchers, who are fucking around down on earth, who are like,
Gotcha.
let's try this, and then next thing you know, we have, I mean,
Chimeras and shit.
yeah, you can look at the dinosaurs and see where it's like they function, right? And every part of them has a function, a lot like typical animals do, right? The cows operate a certain way and they're completely functional. What is functional about a T-Rex's arms? Not a fucking thing. That's a science experiment gone wrong.
Now, for me, so the thing, of course, moving forward into the future, of course, the Earth has a certain size. Obviously, these things in my paradigm, if they're part of the life cycle, wouldn't be able to walk about on Mars. If they're that massive, there's these Nephilim, so on and so forth.
Why would they not be able to walk on Mars?
The sheer size of Mars, it's like, I don't know, it's
It's got to
tiny.
be like us. Gravity got to be compared to us. Hey Siri, how much more powerful is Earth gravity than Mars?
And furthermore, why would God
Earth's
intend
gravity
for
is
us?
about 3 times more powerful
That's a
than
big
Mars.
difference.
This
3
is due to
times.
Earth having a
Yeah, it's a big difference.
That is a
It'd be
big,
like walking on the moon, though. They'd be able to pull it off.
Something like that. Yeah.
why would God intend for us to go to a planet where even the atmosphere is not conducive to our survival?
Excellent question.
Is
So,
it?
yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay,
I don't know,
so-
man, because we can overcome shit. Like, we're going to be under the water, out of space. That's what we do. So, once we get advanced, that shit's on the table. Atmospheres. That's what we do.
Yeah, so there is a specific layout for the city. The city, it's said to be 1,400 miles wide on horizontal.
1,400 miles?
Correct. 1,400 miles. This is the city of gold, the New Jerusalem. It's basically a square, essentially. But it's also 1,400 miles high.
Oh,
Okay.
That's crazy.
That is crazy. Consider what the size of it actually is. 1,400 miles is basically, it's the distance of half of the continental U.S. Okay, it's like
And as tall. So that's
and
crazy.
as tall. Correct. The thing about this city, it does give dimensions of the foundation, as well as the height, but then the foundation actually has physical properties, whereas the height does not present physical properties other than that it is gold. It just says that it has gold like light. It doesn't actually say that it's like giant tall skyscrapers. It does.
Oh, no.
give
You're talking about satellite shit, 1,400 miles. You're talking about in outer space on the elevator shit. That's crazy.
That is accurate, right? So consider the sheer size of what 1,400 miles really is, what that really means. That's according to the measurements of what the angel gave to John in the book of Revelation. There's a wall. It's 144 cubits tall that surrounds the city of that 1,400 miles width. But 144 cubits is not the height of 1,400 miles. There's a difference there. So the
Well,
wall
you got a
is-
gate surrounding your house. Your gate's never as big as a house, right? So it's logical that whatever
correct.
surrounds it would not have to be the same height.
But it's also understood, at least in the legal sense, that airspace is also considered a portion of property.
And this
Unless-
cities you're talking about, it
Not
extends
weird.
into the air, so it's not a problem.
Unless even space, because we know time is going to change, right? If we're talking Armageddon, end of days, time itself changes, which is very suggestive of us not existing in the same dimension that we currently do. And so therefore, who really can, sure, we can have these figures, but we don't know what the base, the starting blocks, okay, the earth will look like if we're changing space, time, dimension, all of it. Just because it's this size in this dimension doesn't mean it's the same in a different one.
Be some Doctor Who wibbly wobbly shit.
Because you could not fit let's pretend for a minute. Let's just pretend that every human life that has ever existed is deemed saved, and God gives them eternal life in at the end of days.
Right.
You could not fit all of them on the earth as it is now.
Logical.
So it would have to be completely different.
So I don't actually believe that every human who ever lived will be
I
in
don't either.
paradise.
I don't
Yeah.
either. I said, let's just pretend, though.
Right, right. Yeah, and I think that that's also a place where some people who read the scriptures and they say, well, I'm going to see so and so in quote unquote heaven or paradise or whatever. Like, you don't know. It's not for us to judge. There's actually someone who does that. But then that would fall under the assumption that there are actually some people who won't make it. Like that would have to be the case. If everybody was being judged, then there would certainly be some people who would be judged who would not be there.
Not making it, that might not mean that might not mean you burn in hell forever or your existence is wiped out. Not making it may be a different school that you had to go to so you
I
don't see
agree.
your friends. Yeah.
I just believe non-existence is the end.
Oh, so the annihilism theory is fucking brilliant, actually. Because why would God, when God talks about hell, it's meant for it's specifically meant for his eternal creations that,
Right.
Rebelled.
Punishment.
It's not so much for humans. He loves us. He doesn't, and gives us every opportunity to be redeemed because he doesn't want to punish us.
I think
right?
it was one of those
However,
lost books.
Real quick, I'm almost done, Joe. There actually is scripture in Enoch where it says that anything asked for in heaven, including the redemption of every life, will be given to you.
There was also one of those
therefore-
books that didn't make the Bible where somebody asked Jesus or God, how can they be sent down here? It could have, might have been that divine revelation.
You're also talking about Enoch, because Enoch is like, why? How could he sees people suffering and he's like, this is horrible. Why?
His response
And
was,
the
I'm going to
angel
tell you a
Gabriel turns
secret.
to him and
At
says
some
to him,
point, they get out as well.
the angel Gabriel says to him, anything asked for in heaven will be given to you, including the redemption of every soul in hell. So therefore, we could make just an assumption, just a guess, just a pretend. It's not totally out of the question to say, let's pretend everyone does get redeemed, because there's one single person who looks at God and says, I can't stand that I'm separated from the child that I raised. Yeah, I know they fucked up, but I don't want them there. Save everybody. Don't just, bring everybody back. You see what I'm saying?
I doubt over there is the child you raised so much. I imagine we're all one, and like it's supposed to be over there. Like when Jesus said that some guy asked, is it okay to marry my brother's wife if he dies? Jesus says, yeah. Oh, okay. Well, which one of us over there in heaven get to be married to her over there? And he said it doesn't work that way. I assume the relationships like that are different. We're probably all brother, sister, equal or something.
I
Thank
got
you
a
very
question.
much. Sure, go for it.
All right. Now, angels are considered to be celestial beings, correct?
Right. Yes, I
You can
think.
call it that. That'll do for
I would call them a heavenly being.
Yeah.
Okay. Either way, they can exist anywhere in the universe, correct?
Correct. As a matter of fact,
Yes.
if you read the non-canonical texts, several of them are in prison on the other planets. They're imprisoned there. YouTube furniture, you're gonna have to turn on your camera. We got to go through a couple steps. I don't know who. Or is that you, Jason? Oh, okay, Jason, give me a quick thumbs up. Thumbs down. Now get up and turn yourself around. Okay. Okay, that works.
Security gets
Middle finger
serious
works.
over here, bro.
The middle finger works too.
I see track here too now. Nice. So I would actually say that angels have a specific purpose. So while yes, they can, that does not necessarily mean that they are supposed to be existing anywhere or
or
everywhere.
capable of going anywhere every time at
Correct.
any moment, right? They may have
Purpose.
assigned
Yeah,
places in
like the
different places.
Watchers. The Watchers
Yeah,
have
that
a
type of
specific
shit.
purpose.
Yeah, another couple points about the book of Enoch that I found were interesting is that the earth, it appears to talk to God at some point. You know, so like the earth appears to like have like a line to God where it could like contact God. It's like, what's up?
It's
You know,
logical.
yeah, and then and it kind of calls the angels and all that type of stuff to be like sort of recalled and so to speak. And then also I think it says that Lamech talks to Noah, and it discloses that Noah is like has genetics that are like part of the Nephilim or whatever. So
No,
he's like,
when Noah is born, they are afraid that he is a Nephilim because
right.
he's number one, if I'm not mistaken, I think he might have been albino.
Right, he's got some weird going on with him.
Bright white, and when he opened his eyes, the room lit up, and they were in fear of that. So they take him to Enoch because Enoch was still there, and Enoch says, "No, this is the one God promised. You know that he's gonna save the only lives that will be saved when the flood time comes." On track, Will, I saw you raising your hand. What's up?
Yeah, what seems to be the problem with effort?
I don't understand.
I don't understand either. What do you mean?
Well, there's a lot of talk about, the angel of this and the angel of that. But when are people supposed to protect themselves?
Fair. I think people do, we do have a responsibility. It's kind of like, praying for God. God, let me win the lottery, but you never go buy a lottery ticket, right?
What
Is
that
that what
noise?
you're saying? Someone, I don't know. Somebody.
We do have to take some steps to not just be completely sitting there waiting for shit to fall in your lap or to be protected. Put up a fence.
Oh, wait. I think I'm wondering where, I think that was Untrackable Talking was going with this. I think, Track, you're going a step further and saying that these angels don't exist. This is nonsense. You're responsible for yourself. Otherwise, I don't see why you even brought that up. As a question.
I would say that it is not what you said. It becomes God's grace. So if you try the laws, you will wind up being challenged, and then you may find the angels that carry you through your trials. However, your just existence, should it be so hard if you don't try? But these floating hands, that's what I learned in literature is God's grace is like floating hands. It can't catch everybody. And when you try the system, can't catch them all. Like Pokemon, can't.
Well,
You want to catch them all, but you can't.
Well, sure, and that's the other thing is we have the freedom of will to make those decisions, right? To completely reject God, even that's perfectly within your right to do and your ability to do, and that's why, like, I'm not one of those people who run around like, no, you gotta have faith. No, I respect the fact that people can believe as they want to or don't want to.
I had a little bit more to my question from about the angels. Okay, do you think that angels would be able to survive living on Mars if there are heavenly beings?
Another good question. So
this is a 3-part question, so just so you know.
Angels
Right.
I'm leading to something else.
I say
Angels
yes.
are-
If they can exist in different realms, if that was part of their job, they'd be prepared to exist on Mars.
They're called eternal beings, okay? Like they don't taste death. Think about it this way, okay? If with the second rebellion, why did God not just completely cut off and end their lives right there and then so they no longer exist?
Okay.
They are made to be eternal beings, if you will. They don't have the
Okay.
same death that we do.
All right. Now, if they could survive on
But
Mars,
Clay was going to
correct,
say something.
would the children, the Nephilim that is created of the angels and the human women, would their children be able to survive then on Mars? If it's
The Nephilim is where we get our demons from, the demonic forces, according to the ancient texts. That's because it's not the angels who become the demons, it's the Nephilim who become the demons, the souls that weren't supposed to exist to begin with.
okay.
Clay, TML, anybody?
It's logical that at least some part of us could exist on Mars. Maybe not the physical shit that uses air, but there's probably a part of us that zaps around that could live on Mars too.
So
Say
my
if it's
assumption,
half heavenly being, why can't it? You know.
The
So
flesh
my-
seems to keep us down here, right? It keeps us from reaching our full potential.
Clay,
This
you're
meat
next
bag.
one.
Yeah. Yeah.
so
Go
my
ahead,
assumption, so my assumption here is that the planet of Mars, if this city were to be placed there, that it would have a specific purpose. I'm in no way saying that the planet that we're on now would go away, would be destroyed.
Wait,
Humans here would be destroyed, die, that sort of thing. What I'm saying is that the planet Mars has a specific purpose. It's actually called New Earth, and that New Jerusalem.
You think a city will be built there or has been built
purpose.
there?
Hang on, before he answers that, real quick. Tom Carpenter, thank you very much, sir. I truly appreciate you, especially today. Guys, it's my fucking birthday. My
Well,
cash
happy
app
birthday,
down there at
man.
the bottom. We'll get my links out in the chat.
Yeah, blessings.
Hook a sister up. I got some things I need to fix at my house.
What's your theory, Brick?
Thanks, Judy.
Okay,
With the
so
building, the structure, and Mars. Now I'm gathering. I think that you're saying they play a role. Remember, I missed a lot of whatever y'all was talking about. But this city, apparently, you're talking about a city that's mentioned in writing somewhere, and you think it has been or is yet to be. Something like that.
it is not built yet. It is not
Yeah.
come down out of the sky yet. So Revelation specifically talks about New Jerusalem. New Jerusalem, I believe, is a city that will be placed on Olympus Mons, on Mars.
But see, even that is named after like pagan. I get what you're saying. It wasn't within our authority to name the celestial beings like that. It was not within our authority. I get that. But what any two hold true on earth, so shall I in heaven. Therefore, if it's been taken over by man and therefore named such, and not to mention
if it's
even
a
in
lie.
even in the text, but even in the text,
Not if it's a lie. If I say that murder is okay now, guys, and I'm a church father, God is not going to hold that to be true. So
thank
if
you
it is
again,
a
Tom
lie-
Carpenter.
Thank you, Tom. Thank
Tom
you.
is such an awesome man. I truly appreciate him. He puts a
Yeah.
smile on my face every time he comes to my show. Thank you.
Yeah.
We
good
should
sir.
play the little video for the donos.
So Olympus
Hey, you,
Mons,
Tom.
Olympus Mons and Mars
when he's
are
done.
not the correct names of these places.
I don't like people to give me money.
Oh, it's 10th as hell.
Not today, 10th. It's not your day. We're only pimping for the birthday girl.
Fine, let the younger guys hawk. Go ahead. No one cares about the old guy.
Send me money.
Hey,
Money,
You're not
money
that
now.
old, Tent.
Birthday girl.
Take it back.
before we
Don't
before
let
we
me
jump
deteriorate.
before we jump back into it, Tootie actually made a video out of the thumbnail that I created. So I'm gonna go ahead and play that in honor of Mr. Tom Carpenter sending me birthday love. I appreciate it, sir, and I really truly appreciate all of the support you give my channel. Thank you so much.
Cheers. Salute. White Lives Matter.
UFO, the aliens are real. This is incredible. A sacred journey.
White Lives
Towards the
Matter.
final frontier.
That's
Thank you,
awesome.
Judy, for that. That was badass. The only thing I missed was the people with tinfoil hats, like hiding off somewhere with like pew-pews and binoculars, like.
right. The enemy.
Like Rocky shooting at a gay reindeer.
Told you.
So-
over there laughing. We told you.
That
Stop
illustration,
talking
I
with food in your mouth.
love the illustration, but that actually is the misconception, right? The misconception of what I'm proposing here is that human beings will not stay here on the earth. I do not believe that. I believe that human beings will stay here on the earth. Men will stay here on the earth. That rather this city that is going to be placed onto Mars, it has a specific purpose. Now, I can get into the details of the purpose.
Please
But
do. Please
But
do.
the purpose of this city is exactly what it says in Revelation. That there is a river that flows from the throne, that there is a tree of life, and that those leaves are for the healing of the nations. Okay? These things that would be in the city as if it was here on the earth would be no different, except that it is in a different location than what you're expecting. See, everybody is expecting that this city would be placed here on the earth. But then why would you need to do that when you could literally have another planet for it? The idea here is that when you actually look into what the city proposes, this high wall of 144 cubits, along with the foundation, which is made up of specific material, jasper, onyx, sapphire, so on and so forth, laid out in a specific geothermal pattern, creates an atmosphere. It actually creates
You're
an
so fucked
atmosphere.
up. I don't even know what the fuck you're saying, man. You kill me, brother. Sorry.
Not tonight, Jason.
I'm listening, Brick. If I thought you were wrong, I would already say something.
Never heard,
Come on,
never heard
you're,
so much dumb shit in all my fucking life, but sorry. Pop my ass if you got it.
Remember that this is my belief. You don't have to believe it.
Don't listen to Jason. He's a drunk
essentially-
guy from fucking Hobbiton, man.
Yeah, I think your beliefs are interesting, and let's all remember, I'm the crazy person who actually
Get out of here. That's too
studied
much-
the whole
that's too much
Nephilim
crack for one
story.
night.
And so
So, as
people
I
have to be a
Jason's
little-
only got 30 minutes left. He's got 30 minutes and then he gets ridiculous. Trust me.
Oh Lord.
So as I mentioned, if you guys really don't want to know it, that's okay. You don't have to. If you don't want to understand
Whatever it
view that
is,
I
I'm
have.
interested. I was gone. Whatever it is, I'm interested.
But what I'm here for is to have the conversation. I'm not here to make fun of people for their beliefs, right? It's not what I'm here for. I'm not here to shit on your beliefs.
All right, I'm with
What do
10th,
you
man.
believe,
You
Jason?
talking to a drunk motherfucker.
No,
Don't
what do you
expect
believe,
too
Jason?
much. That nigga drink
No,
20
hold on,
grams a day. Don't have too high expectations.
Joe. What do you believe, Jason?
I believe everything you're fucking saying. is
You don't
full
believe
on fucking
anything.
nonsense.
All right. You don't believe anything.
Saying,
Wonderful.
brother.
That's wonderful.
Okay.
Yet you don't
I believe in
anything.
nothing. Yeah, I believe in
Yeah,
nothing.
exactly. So you're a fucking moron. Yeah, great. You got a whole
Yeah.
head
Prove
of
him wrong,
space.
Jason.
You're a
Good
retard.
moron.
Wonderful.
Say prove him
Great.
wrong.
all right. Y'all,
Great. I
y'all,
love that
calm
you're a
down.
retard.
Hey. Let's
No,
not
no,
get
Brick
into
is
a
a
bad
prophet.
direction tonight. Let's want to have a nice
I'm-
civil discussion. Let's not get
I'm-
into fighting and acting
Oh,
fool.
yeah, but on the same note, I mean, hey, I am all for, Brick sticking up for himself because I
Oh
mean,
yeah,
again,
that's
like I
fine and
said,
dandy.
I'm the crazy fucker who fucking believes that the Nephilim story is actually more than likely
I wanted to
real.
ask you about
If
the
you start
Nephilim.
looking at the fact that
perhaps this is the time.
I
We
wanna
were
know
on a
what
panel
Jason
one
believes.
time, and no, that's just gonna disrupt and
No,
argue.
I
Be
want to know what he
nice.
believes. Why is he up here?
Consult
Brett,
Yeah.
don't let the
Nice.
black people see
Don't
us fight.
Don't disrupt the
I
channel.
want to
Just
see. I want to know what
you want to
Jason believes.
disrupt Beth's
What do you
channel?
believe,
Is it
Jason?
that curious? I guess
Yes, I
you are.
want
Go
to
ahead.
know. I
Go
want
ahead.
to know what he believes because
Do
he's
you?
up here on a panel talking about beliefs. What the fuck do you believe, bro? Nothing.
Jason.
Nothing. You believe nothing, right? Is that accurate? You're just up here to be drunk, like
Thank
a
you,
retard.
sir.
Jason.
Absolutely.
Okay, then fuck you.
Absolutely.
Okay, then fuck you.
Okay, okay. Then
You're a
fuck
retard.
me. Yeah, that's
You're a
what's up.
retard.
Okay.
You're a retard.
Yes.
Yeah. You're
What?
a retard. You're
So-
a fucking moron with
Great.
no
What?
beliefs.
It's great. Get
Yeah,
it
it's
out of
great.
you.
But you know
Up here.
what's
Yes,
off?
I know. It's absolutely retarded that you're even up here.
Okay.
Yeah.
What was that, Beth?
So then why the fuck are you here?
To
That's
listen to
retarded.
your
You're saying
nonsense.
something.
That's great. It's
To
fucking
be
incredible.
retarded. You're up here to be retarded. Yes. Yes, exactly. So you're a fucking
Yes, you're
retard.
here. I gotta listen to it. Come
So
on.
you're a
now.
fucking retard.
You don't gotta listen to it. You can always go
Yes, I
somewhere.
can be.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
exactly.
you
if you
can
want me
be.
to fuck up,
You
and
can
whip
What
my ass,
question?
And then you
I'd
can tell
really
me what
like
you
to
I
get
believe.
back
understand
onto
how
the
this
topic.
Hey!
goes.
If we
What do you
can.
believe?
What
I'm not fucking
questions-
in here, son.
What do you
I
believe?
had a question about the Nephilim.
What do you believe, Jason?
All right, we're gonna move on to what your questions
What
are
do
here
I
in just a
believe?
second, Joe.
All right. We were on a panel one time, and we had just gotten to it about the Nephilim. And he was like,
Sure.
"Oh, I'd really like to get into the Nephilim. I would like to hear your version." And the question I want to know their physical appearance, because they were the giants, right? That made it with.
Some were.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Well, if you go by what like the non-canonical ancient texts say, so like you're talking Enoch, Jasher.
That's all I know about
Jubilee,
is Enoch, pretty much.
There's actually a lot of texts beyond just Enoch that talk about the Nephilim and what it was like having them on Earth. This was not just giants, although I mean, you see, there's actual Nephilims after the flood. Okay, so the Nephilims pre-flood and post-flood are very different from one another.
Really?
The ones pre-flood, where mother and father, immediate mother and father, are, father's full-blood watcher, so to speak, and mother's full-blood human. Scripture does say that they were like, in excess of 40 foot tall.
Right.
And they consumed everything on the earth.
Wonder what
Like,
that.
Oh, I remember what I was gonna say.
Echo Titan.
But then we have the flood, right? And what it looks like if you start looking at the genealogy, one of the wives of Noah, one of Noah's sons, had to have had some kind of Nephilim genetics somewhere in her family. Okay, because this is the line that you get. And this is really interesting too, because everybody always points to Old Testament where God says, kill them all, kill the animals, kill the women, kill the children, you get rid of all of them, absolutely decimate this tribe of people. And these tribes are the actual descendants from the children of this one son of Noah and this woman. And out of these tribes, because the other tribes don't end up unaliving those tribes, it's from those tribes that we see Goliath, Aga Bashan, and other giants come out of.
Right.
However, it doesn't just say that they were giants. It also says the great men of renown, the heroes of old. So that would mean we're talking about you at that point you look to mythology, where you've got Hercules.
As I was in my
Achilles.
head, that's the only place I could see this going in mythology, because the god can somehow mate with the human and all of that stuff. But I try and drag it to where can I see it happening here on the planet, and I
and that's
can't.
the story
Go ahead,
within
go ahead.
that's the stories within mythology, right? Is you have these, they're not gods, they're demigods. They're partially gods. They're
Right.
a kind of god. And who then
That's what I'm
create
thinking. That
children.
would mean that when you gave them something, it would not be, in my opinion, I'm not trying to rob you of yours.
Yeah,
It wouldn't
no.
be a physical 40-foot so-and-so person. It would be my first thought would be it'd be some type of analogy or something that I was meant to grab.
Well,
There's no reason for me to think there'd be a 40-foot person. It'd have been marked somewhere in history. Niggas been writing on shit forever. Walls or whatever the fuck. No one's even drawn a picture of this shit.
Well, this is why I told you the pre-flood Nephilim and the post-flood Nephilim are very different from one each other. It's like the post-flood is watered down because at that point, after the flood, now the watchers, the angels who caused this whole thing, are now imprisoned. They're locked up, and actually,
The watchers got locked up. Yeah, that's right. It was
they're
like
locked up.
14 or 17 of them or something. Yeah, I remember that.
I have to say something.
Yeah. Hang on, 10 to your next, I promise.
Yeah.
So they get locked up, and it's almost like a watered down. Like my great grandfather was short, and so now I'm the only short person in the fucking family. It's really weird. I'm like not even kidding. My sister is like 5'9". I'm barely 5'2". They all make fun of me, and it's been a running joke that I must belong to the real clan. But actually, my great grandfather was short. You know, so it becomes this watered down, recessive 50-50 chance that it's going to show up in genetics. And they're described very differently. When you look at those cultures, the Romans, the Egyptians, the Greeks, it was a real, true religion to them. They believed this so much that there are thousands upon thousands of temples all over the Mediterranean and all over Egypt dedicated to these gods, this pantheon of gods, which in all actuality can be lined right up with the Watchers. 10th man, what's up? Sorry.
Yeah, so to what Brick said an hour ago, but I was driving. I wanted to be here with you guys, so I didn't miss anything.
I love that you're here.
What?
I said I love that you're here. Thank you.
Oh, yes, but I didn't want to. I literally woke up 5 minutes anyway. So to what Brick was saying about, I think he's saying something about the Nephilim, and I don't even remember. What was he saying? Something at the very, like 45 minutes ago, and he was saying something about
going to Mars.
I don't remember, but I remember what my answer was, but I don't remember what he said now.
About the city on Mars.
Yeah, something like that. But that's the thing. And what Beth's talking about, what all you guys talking about, Nephilim, blah, 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 blah. So, I asked the question, or saw the question asked a long time ago on a documentary about dinosaurs and ancient life and blah, 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 blah. So everybody always says, hey, how come we don't have giant animals now? Right? Only like the blue whale, stuff like that. And the reason is that we used to have like 3-foot dragonflies. We don't now.
The oxygen was different. Right?
Well, you ain't been to Louisiana, sir. There's some rather large dragonflies down there. I'm afraid to tell you. They're the size of birds.
Dude, up in Alaska, the crows can carry off babies. I'm not sure.
But there's nothing to say. There's nothing to say that couldn't have been just only 25,000 years ago that we had Nephilim, that we had beings that could be much bigger. They just, we don't have the oxygen to support it anymore, because if you ever see the representations in any modern movies, television shows, they always show like those ancients as being depleted, right? So like they may have been strong enough to survive a long time. They may have been strong enough to survive even a cataclysm, but once the amount of oxygen's different in the atmosphere and everything like that, they're not going to be able to live anymore.
Thank you for proving us otherwise. So fuck all of you. You heard it.
I'm thinking your logic holds, but I'm thinking there will be bones. We'd find bones.
Well,
we have it.
Not from 25,000 years ago.
Well, supposedly they found bones of giants.
Yeah, that's all bullshit. I wish it was real.
Was it?
I don't think so, Danny. I've never.
I wish it was real. It's not.
verify
Okay.
any of that shit.
You know, I had to put that in there.
I know people
All right.
say,
Thanks,
but
Danny. Thank you, Beth. Thank everybody. I'll stop being.
See you, Jason.
all right,
Have a
I'm just
good
Later,
one,
kidding,
Jason.
You've
man.
been good.
You guys take
Yeah,
care. You guys
thanks for
take
coming.
care. I'm just being an ass.
Later,
Love you
bro.
guys. You guys
Yeah,
take
we
care.
know you're
Love you,
being a
bro.
dick. We got it.
You guys are rock. You guys are rock. Have a good
Later,
one.
Jason.
Take care, guys.
But a worldwide
I
flood
believe-
would account for that, especially if there was a heliosphere. I
A
it's
worldwide what?
a worldwide flood would account for the missing
hmm
animals as well as the oxygen level and pressure depletion would be accounted for the lack of a heliosphere.
Right.
Hold it down for a minute. I'll be right back.
And
I forgot-
and how much if there were multiple great cataclysms and there were a lot of dust and things like that, the largest majority of the earth we've never excavated more than like 20 feet, right? We were looking at that one day in England and all the ancient cities that are underneath London. Like they barely scratched the surface. We don't know shit.
I mean, the best protection that life has, human beings, animals, is a physical protection, and that's because we're living in a physical realm. I mean, if we were living in some other realm, heavenly realm, our protections might be different. If we were somewhere else in some other form or fashion, but where we're at right now, the physical earth, like the physical protection that we have right now is the little bit of atmosphere that we have, as well as there's land, so we don't sink into the water that's there, and then there's there are.
So Brick,
Mhm.
in Isaiah it says new heaven and new earth, right? So where does heaven exist right now, and is that the same thing as a New Jerusalem, or is that a different place?
So there are generally three understandings of what the heaven is, right? So there's actually called the heavens. So heaven in this sense, a new heaven would be like when we look up into the sky, we see into the sky, that heaven. From the perspective of being on another planet, you actually do see a different heaven.
It's still the skies, just like looking up to the sky, seeing stars. It still would be called the heavens, right? Or are you saying?
Well,
I mean, the
so-
stars would be slightly different because you're on a different
Correct.
planet, but you'd
Correct.
see the same shit you see when you look up here.
I mean, I don't know what I would see from a different planet specifically, but it would be a different constellation, so on and so forth.
But still be called the heavens. That would be still one form
Right,
of
so
heavens so far.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, there are three general descriptions of what heavens are. The three are what you look up into the sky and see. Then there
Is one.
is the heavens that are actually out there, like space, not just what you look up into the sky and see.
You look up in the sky and see space. What are you talking about?
So that's a different thing. That's the one of the three, and the other one would be the heavenly realm. Where
Wait. The
God
first
is.
two is just a distinction between the first two. When
There
I look
is.
up into the sky at night, I see outer space because it's black with little dots that we call planets and stars, which is what I think you're saying the second form is.
Right,
But-
your view versus what's actually there. You don't see everything in the spatial divide.
Okay. I think I
That's-
understand what you're
that's-
saying.
yeah,
Maybe
that's-
sit on different dimensions and shit. Maybe you're going there. So
No, it is the scriptural understanding of the three different descriptions of heaven in the scriptures. There's three different versions of describing the heavens, because the heavenly realm where God
I just
is,
think you're not describing them
different
to
thing
me
as well.
well.
Well, is the heavenly realm where God is a different thing?
Yes, it's
then
other than some that I
okay,
physically look up and see in outer space. At least I think it is.
right. So those are at least two, and then the
Right.
third is the actual physical being in the heaven, like in that spatial realm, not heavenly realm, but the spatial realm versus looking up from the earth.
Hey, Mikey.
Spaceship. Spaceship.
Yeah, like if you were in a spaceship, you would be in the heaven or the
That means
spatial
we're
heaven.
that means we're in the heaven now. You could call this
Sort
planet a spaceship. It would still fit the definition.
Sort of.
Uh,
I'm the one who brought that point up. So I like what you did there.
I missed that part.
Yeah.
I'm not that
Yeah, yeah, but Joe, this spaceship ain't going nowhere. It keeps going in the same circle all the time.
All right with that.
That's true. That's true. But yeah, so like I said, you would be seeing a different view from Mars. So a new heaven, new earth, also new Jerusalem. All that points to something that's never been seen.
All right, two things, Clay, with your theory here. One, well, this is early on. The a flood would account for the wiping out of all of the animals at the same time. Yeah, that would be easy to see if we could prove that out. There would be mass extinction 25,000 years ago of everything we know before. And I'm pretty sure that wouldn't, I think woolly mammoth and woolly rhinos were still around at that time. So there's no evidence of a mass extinction at that time.
Mammoths were around 10,000 years ago. Supposedly.
Yes. Yeah.
And actually, we have found bowls and things like that, and they're ancient as fuck, that depict people with certain dinosaur breeds.
I don't know about that.
If we only recently discovered dinosaurs in, what was it, guys? The 60s, maybe? Something like that. How did the ancients know about it?
No. Early 1700s is what was the first. Yeah. Like, technically earlier than that, but first time like the English found it and said, "Was like, oh look."
You got to think many of them just the weather shows after it's been weathered, the bones pop up. Ancient man would have always seen them. And I assume ancient man would have thought that when I kill something, the bones exist. Here are bones. There is something out there that I haven't seen, but I can look at these bones and tell it's a great so-and-so. Man would have been doing that. He wouldn't have known that they were fucking 65 million years old, at least.
Hold on. I'm going to look it up and I'm going to share so you can see
show me
what I'm
a
talking
picture.
about.
I've seen the one bowl with the Fred Flintstone looking dinosaur. I'd like to see.
Yeah, it was 1824 when the first British dude was like, "Look, I discovered a dinosaur."
That's when they probably got the name.
Yeah,
but I think that's the
we knew
story
of them
of
before that. That's why they thought it was dragons. Yeah, that's right. You're right.
So just to kind of lean a little bit more credence to what I'm saying as
But
well.
what was Todd saying before were you saying something, Todd?
Oh, I was saying that Chuck's the oldest motherfucker here. He should be up here telling us stories.
Yeah, Chuck, can you please tell us about the dinosaurs?
Right.
Grandpa?
He said he killed them all, so I want to know why.
Yeah, why'd you kill all the dinosaurs, Chuck?
They were so cute and cuddly.
They were tired of laying bricks on the pyramids, so they killed them all.
I remember why he told me before is because their farts were destroying the environment, so he had to kill all the dinosaurs.
Kind of like they do with the cows.
Yeah.
So, Joe, one example, we have these. We have the Ica stones.
Hold on, let me
which,
zoom in.
let's see if I can make this bigger.
I can zoom in.
Just necessary. Leave me alone. So these stones.
Oh, that looks like a good one for sure, right? That one.
These ones are. They're saying their authenticity is questionable at this point, but then, and I mean, like, those are pretty fucking detailed for people who are just finding bones. I mean,
no, that looks like I would, That looks
Right.
like a fake to me, 1,000%.
What do I have up at this point?
That's
Oh, shit.
Godzilla.
I had opened another screen.
That's
There's
Godzilla, Fred Flintstone's Fleasia, whatever it's called, and a Triceratops. Somebody already knew what was, and it got the dinosaur plants in the back. That dude saw the same cartoons I saw. Who made that ball?
Well, Chuck answered my question why he killed them
one's
off. He
in-
said Dino Nuggies, so I don't know.
Let's see if we can find images from this that show
There
people
should
with
be
the
one in the cave that was questionable that looked like a dinosaur.
Yeah, but there's even temples. Like this temple is in Cambodia. Where is it? I've seen a bunch of the like right here, the dinosaur of Ta Pram, which is a temple there where it's got a stegosaurus in it.
Hold on, let me see. I'm zooming in.
And I mean, how could these ancient humans who made these temples and stuff even know, have an idea as to, I know Ancient Aliens was showing a lot of this stuff, and I was like, yeah, right at first, until I did some research on some of
I'm
it.
not so sure that's a Stegosaurus. That
What
could
animal
be
is it?
that's any animal, and behind it is
Really?
the bushes or plants or the background. If you separate them, now that animal could be a fucking rhino. It could be a
Rhino.
fat hippo. It could be anything. Now a dog.
Mammoth.
Yeah.
If you take
I'll
the
pull up another
Stegosaurus six
example.
off, it could be a dog or something.
I'll pull up another example.
A boar.
This might be the cave you were talking about. Let's just go to images and try to make
I
this.
went looking for dinosaur footprints with my chick one day, and we just ended up, it was like surrounded by snakes and shit. It was crazy. She was scared to get out the car.
Oh, they recently found something where there was like dinosaur footprints and human footprints in the same level as it, like side by side. They would have had to have been together, or at least in in the same time frame to have left it that way. I don't remember.
Alongside of a river.
Yeah.
Those prints, they were alongside of a river.
Fine,
I
baby.
don't remember if I looked into it. I know I heard about it. Let's Google.
My dog
Look
wants.
how everything. No, go ahead. Sorry.
No, you're good. Go ahead. I gotta get the dog some food real quick.
I was just going to say, look how everything got quiet. Everybody's looking it up.
I'm saying, look at that.
That's why I said
actually
never mind when Bet said that. Go ahead, man.
I was gonna say I've actually studied a lot of this, and these are these things that like, so that's why I said, like, when I first came up, I was like, there's a lot of focus on the past. What I'm looking at is the future stuff. Like, I didn't prepare for that. I've studied a lot of this stuff that you guys are talking about right now, but
Every result is saying that was true so far.
Prepared for the dinosaur stuff, the Nephilim stuff.
Yeah.
Although it is a great point. My curiosity is, what does that mean for us now and into the future?
It's a good
Very
question.
good.
I'm all up for hearing your position on it.
Yeah. I mean, my position on it is that a lot of that stuff that happened, like, there was a lot of God worship. There was a lot of attempts to change the genetic code to create beasts for essentially labor. A lot of it was for to create things to bring glory to men, to themselves. so that they could say, hey, look at what I have done. And
That
so
seems to be a great sin right there.
Hang on, I think I know where he's going with this, and I can't wait to push back on it.
well, it's idolatry. It's idolatry because when we attempt to change genetics or bring glory to ourselves about look at what I have done, if it's not within the scope of our authority, and our authority has been given, but it's very specific in the scriptures, in the commandments, and some of it was not actually given in writing. Some of it was given by the word of God himself, right? When in the creation. So a lot of this historical stuff is accurate. It is very much true. These things did happen, in my opinion, in what I believe. But
Real quick, Chuck, thank you. I appreciate the birthday love. Thank you very much, my dear. It just came through. Sorry, Clay.
No,
Well,
very good.
here's another thing, real quick, talking exactly about what you're saying. So God makes man in his own image. Therefore, changing our genetics would destroy us being image bearers of God. And what's really interesting with that is when you look at the text, even within the canon, right? It says that, as it was in the days of Noah, so shall it be at the second coming of the Son of Man. And what was it at that point? People were taking God's place, and ye shall be as gods. And that is exactly where we are we've already fulfilled that to a lot of extent. We end lives whenever we want to, including in the womb. Designer babies have become a thing.
Designer
They're playing
pets
around,
for sure.
So even, and this goes back to the idea of the atmosphere of Mars not being something that is not conducive to human life. What changes would humans have to go through in order, because, all right, are you saying that it's going to be after the end of days that we end up on Mars? Or what about the fact that we're trying to go to Mars now?
I was going to say that, Clay. That was the second part of what I was saying. Doesn't that mean that if that all is built on Mars, that means human existence is extended another 100 or 200 years or something, because that's how long it takes us to get there, get Mars in order, then build a big building that big. So you're saying humans going to go on for a while yet to pull that off?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I am only pointing at that the scriptures tell us that is where the city will be.
No, I don't think they said on Mars, though. Stop it. Be nice.
Hold on.
Yeah, I'm interested where the scripture says it'll be on Mars.
I am only telling you that that's where it's at, and then the city has a certain layout. I'm not saying that humans will be there. I'm saying that the things that are being produced, i.e., the trees going to be there with the leaves for the healing of the nations, that will be there, that will be growing there, and that will be used for the healing of the nations.
Can you find that part of the Bible so we can just look at it?
It's Revelation.
I'm on it.
It's Revelation.
Do you think that we have already gotten the I guess you could say the tree of life, so to speak, and that would be the marijuana plant?
No,
the tree of life to people for as much good as it does for human.
Sure, it does great for people, but the problem is the tree of life is supposed to essentially make you immortal.
Well, it's
right?
mortal. You're still mortal, but you have a lengthened lifespan, and if you have a continual supply of a lengthened lifespan product, then you could potentially live for an extremely long period of time. But
does that mean past your due date or past a human due date?
Well, so
to speak.
Was it the mitochondria. There's like the little piece in there, whatever, ribosome, I forget. There's the piece that starts to break down first in your cell, and they don't know why it does that. If it wasn't for that, you could live forever, but they don't understand why it does that. So the human being, the body, short of that, is not designed to fail. Or, you know, you're still susceptible to mortal things, you know, getting stabbed or whatever, shot, but then also disease, you know, and the ability to fight that off with, you know, cures or whatever.
You know how most elephants die?
They actually go off. And
you know
give
how
up
they
on
die
life.
though. When they get so old, they wear their teeth down and they're useless, and they die that way.
Yeah, gotcha.
I'm thinking as something like that in humans. If you've fucking been around now 100 years, you know, I guess technically you can make new shit if you advance, but to say it's naturally that way, it regenerates. You know, all our cells and everything regenerates anew. So there's some evidence that way.
So here's the section that Clay's talking about. It's Revelation 22. And then the angel showed me the river of the water of life, as clear as crystal, flowing from the throne of God and of the Lamb down the middle of the great street of the city. On each side of the river stood the tree of life, bearing 12 crops of fruit, yielding its fruit every month. And the leaves of the tree are for healing of the nations. No longer will there be any curse. The throne of God and the Lamb will be in the city, and his servants will serve him. They will see his face, and his name will be on their foreheads. There will be no more night. They will not need the lamp of a light, or the light of a lamp, or the light of the sun, for the Lord God will give them light, and they will reign forever and ever.
Well,
Like heaven to me, not actual a physical state, so to speak.
I would
And
not
that's
take
why
that literal. Yeah.
That's why I personally am more, I lean more towards this is a dimensional issue, right? This is not something that can necessarily, if we go by the standards that are given, it cannot exist
That's
at
not
the same time.
I
Not
think
something
it
that a
exists
human body
here.
On this
state.
plane. It can't exist on
I
this
think it exists, Beth, on this plane, physical, the way it is now, the way we are now. But what he's saying, God will be with you and all of that, that is you being the good and all of that stuff that you thought you would be, all of God's kids and all of that, everybody knowing everybody. That would still work on everything I just read.
That
God
is
would be, and you would see his face among them, meaning he might, you know, just be one of us walking around or however that's represented.
That is
It still holds.
That is a very small portion, very tiny portion of the layout. There is much more to this city than just that little piece right there.
All right, you want to read some
The
more?
other
Brick
thing-
wants to read more.
Here's the other thing, okay? Because you can't look at Revelation and the end of times without going back to the beginning, okay? You've got to start at the beginning of all of it. And I am convinced that the flesh as we know it, this bag here, was not necessarily, this is the result of the fall of man. Because
Well, I get it.
in the Garden of Eden, Adam and Eve and even their children are able to walk with God and talk with God. When Cain unalives Abel, he goes to God and is like, I'm scared. I'm going to go out there and I'm going to be unalive for what I've done. And God says, I'm going to mark you. And anyone who harms a hair on your head will be cursed forever. I'm not going to let it happen. You know, just calm down. However, moving forward from there, like, humans cannot physically
Hold
interact
on.
with
It
God.
sounds like they did. When you say they walked among God, or however you phrase that, and we also know that when he killed him, his blood cried up from the ground. That's how God
Correct.
found him. So we can assume he had a physical manifestation, and he was human, meatbag, and managed to walk with God.
Not necessarily in the same way that we are now, because we also can see where, again, humans lived for like 700 to 900 some odd years, and then God cuts it short and says, "I'm putting a cap on this." Where
Yeah,
you
because he
shouldn't.
created
That's why
us in his
Rocky
image.
wears a. That's why Rocky wears a oxygen mask now while he smokes.
That's
I know.
pretty amazing. The
Hey,
cap was
He's gonna fucking
120
catch him.
years.
He's gonna
And
catch
that's
can I say something about your tree of life? Did you ever stop, if you think about it in a different way, as far as the tree of life is us growing up? And
that's
once we get old enough, right, we might achieve eternal whatever being living, or you know what I mean? It's your spirit.
I'm sure every
You know,
Christian has ever, every Christian has considered the whole argument of, well, it might be the quote unquote kingdom within kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm
And
considering it right now. The more you talk about it, the
most,
more they talk about God, the spirit will be in you to struggle. It sounds like
a
it's
lot of
happening right now.
a lot of folks who believe that, in my opinion, aren't considering the physical aspects. What they're saying is that everything at that point is illustrative, and that everything can be illustrative at that point. So in the tree of
Yes,
life,
damn near it. Yeah.
in the tree of life being illustrative, well, then that would mean that the tree of life in the garden was only illustrative as well, and that
I
Adam and
agree.
Eve at that point would not be actual human beings. Maybe they're also illustrative, and then at that point, are their children illustrative? And then where did we actually come from? Like if everything is just illustrative, then
That
there
ain't what
is
you
no
said at
story.
first. Wait. You said it better at first. You said everything can be illustrative, right?
Yeah. So then
Meaning
what
that
parts do we take literal?
I guess we just do what
We just pick and
do.
choose. We just pick and choose.
No, I wouldn't do that. That's illogical. That's flat earth shit to me.
Right.
You would use your discernment. You would look for cues. You would look for clues.
So if the tree of life is real in the Adam and Eve story, then I would also be of the opinion that the tree of life would also be true in Revelation as well. I mean, it's a direct correlation to what that was.
I never thought literal tree when he was talking about eat from the tree. I never thought that would have been literal unless I was a kid. Once I read it for myself, I
God
never took it
even
literal.
says though that he takes away the tree because he does. Now that we are in a fallen state, if you eat from the tree, you live forever. And he's like, no, taking this away because this, the fact that we die is a mercy to us because we are in a fallen state.
Yes,
absolutely. So therefore, if he's able to take it away, it has to be, I would assume it has to be something more tangible than an idea.
Yeah, think more industrial, more scientific way. What would be a tree in a scientific way to describe it?
What's the quote? Life is suffering? Is that what it is?
A physical tree with properties that would produce certain things that would increase lifespan, i.e. leaves. It actually specifically says that the leaves are for the healing of the nations. Back
sounds like knowledge, wisdom, spirit. It sounds like something along those lines.
No, back in like the medieval days, alchemy was not magic per se. It was actually, they would mix things together to create medicines for the people. They would actually crush leaves up, and that would be for healing.
And there's specific leaves, right, that the government doesn't want us to know about, and they're trying to hide them. Okay, those leaves have healing properties. The ones that they kept, okay, are the ones that they can patent and all that crap and make money off of. Right, those are the ones that you're aware of. But you should see all the different varieties of healing plants that there are. There's probably one there for stuff that's going on now, right?
Sure, there's tons of it. Look, I actually do a lot of holistic medication, so to speak, within my household. Okay, I make my own cough syrup. I use plants and herbs for a ton of my chickens. I put oregano in their water, and they never need antibiotics. Okay, yeah, I even sent some to Tootie. But
That's right.
when it comes to the tree of life, this is something that we do not have access to anymore. It has been taken away. Yeah.
Wait.
My cough syrup is fucking banging. Wait till I perfect the cough drop.
I like to point fingers at others for what I do.
You're so minty-licious.
The fact
So-
that the term witch got so demonized.
So I do
Clay.
take it literal.
Oh, Clay, wait, Clay.
I love being a witch.
We know that it can be both. There are times when I'm sure you've heard what they say, and the waters did so and so, and then it'll tell you in the next sentence, and the water represent men. So we
Right.
know it can be both.
Yes, but then those would be specifically illustrative, like they would be illustrations. Now with John's vision, John received a vision. It wasn't illustrative. It was actually a vision of what would be to come. Actually, also some things that were illustrative, but they were pointed out to be illustrations. And then some of those things were historical as well. So those things that are clearly illustrations are pointed at, and they're saying, this is an illustration. This is what that was.
That's like somebody taking the Constitution and saying, well, the rights would have been pointed out. So these are the only rights because they would have been pointed out. You sound like you're doing that with the Bible. There would have been many metaphors. Jesus, when he talked about the leaves and the trees, he wouldn't have had to point it out every time he told them. It would have been for those who understood, and the rest of the people would have thought he was talking about leaves and trees.
Yes and no. Because here's the difference. There are people who will reject the truth, whereas there are people who will understand that this is actually what it means. It's either an illustration or it's literal. But the people who reject it, that's who you're talking about. So if I'm talking about the Constitution, like you said, the rights, I can actually point you to definitionally what that is, and it's actually in the Declaration of Independence. So
No, it's not. You couldn't tell me all your rights by looking at the Declaration of Independence or nothing else.
Well,
Yeah.
and that's the thing too, is now
Yeah.
we actually see.
Whoa.
people-
Excuse me. Hold on. This is important. You said, yes, you can. So if it's not written down, we don't have a right.
generally speaking, that is the way it works.
Doesn't it say God gave man? We believe that God gave men many rights. Among them
Now
are.
you guys are pissing me off.
Correct. Yes.
Okay,
I was
so
just
that
fixing
means
to
that
say this, fixing to
many
say
tell you.
exist that are not in
I
there.
know where
Right?
he's going.
That
Correct.
means many exist that are not written about.
Correct. And then the Ninth Amendment clears that up, right?
And it covers all the rest of them? Or how's it
The
clear it up?
natural rights. Yeah. Yeah.
Really?
Natural rights. Yeah. It does.
That do-
You have a right to wear shoes with socks. Yes.
Wait,
Yeah.
that's in a natural. That's
That
in
is
the
a
Ninth
natural
Amendment.
right. Yes.
No,
And it is covered
that's
in the
just,
Ninth
yeah.
Amendment. If
Just
you get
like-
arrested
All right,
if you get arrested for wearing socks with your shoes, you call me. I will fight for you, Joe.
what?
You have the right to
Listen.
be silent also. So don't tell them why you got those weird shoes on.
I want to
is-
know
This
what.
is why the Supreme Court has been given the authority of judgment from the people.
What are you saying? They determine the rights, the Supreme Court?
Yes. In the end, it is. the
Does
court.
that really make any sense?
Yeah, and unless it's legislated already, then
They
yes.
know better what they meant by God has given us rights.
Unfortunately,
than other
we don't
people.
have. Unfortunately, we only have the people here on the earth, short of what you believe.
Wait.
What you believe is completely different. But if what you believe and then you act as reus upon a belief, and you go red rum somebody because that's your belief that it's okay, then men might disagree with you and come and take you off to a dungeon.
Okay. I think you're straying a little bit from what we're talking about. The Ninth Amendment, I just looked at it. It just makes clear what I just said, that just because we say that, it doesn't mean those are only those rights.
Correct. So it's written.
Okay, so then you guys come to a conclusion. It's written. That's it. That's done.
No, it means it's not written. It means you can do anything you want. According to his logic, everything. But natural rights mean you can do anything you want. So we know that's
That
not
is
what
not
it
accurate.
means.
No, sir. No, this is not what I said.
This ain't about aliens, and this is how Joe Cool and I ended up not friends anymore. So let's keep going.
Be a sensitive nigga. Do you? God, man.
I don't mind talking about.
Okay.
I don't mind exploring the rights just a little bit.
Y'all gonna make
But we're
me
staying
mad.
on
Shit,
topic
it's
this
boring.
weekend because I got a totally last weekend when I wanted to do Boxton, Blind Faith Boxton to Religion. Man, I gotta redo that whole fucking thing because I actually did my homework for that stream. Thank you, Ashton. And I didn't get to use a single fucking bit of it. So yeah, short leash, fellas.
I literally just wanted.
It was so funny, Joe, because after you left,
We were
later
still
on
point with the
came
conversation. It was about what God gave you. Go ahead.
They came and did it again.
Can I just say one thing real quick?
Yeah.
Tenth man, you're awesome. Beth, happy birthday. And look, I'm growing out my wizard beard.
I love it. It's so goofy.
Right,
That shit looks fucking fantastic. Bro.
Beautiful. Thank you for the happy birthday wishes. I appreciate it.
Hey, when we go back to what we were talking about, can I go first?
No. We're there now.
Ooh, did Ashton trim
We're
up
there
now? He's
now?
back to his hot
I had to
craziness
zoom
again?
on the
That's
other
great.
phone. I see it there. Yeah, that's it.
I am the only one allowed to call the crazy title. Thank you very much.
Okay, yeah. Okay, you know how things are written, right? They're written basically in a time where technology was not known. Now, if you decide to translate what's in the Bible or any other book to the technology that we have and know about now, how different would that be? What do you think?
There's two ways that you could be saying that, so I'm not sure which one. If I had to say, if a car, for instance, back then I translated as a chariot, chariot that moved faster than the biggest giant bird upon four
That'd be a
wheels.
a jet, giant bird.
Yes, I do that faster than so and so, and the person reading it would be thinking, no,
Okay.
it said a cougar with wheels, therefore it must be this. When the guy wouldn't be describing it like that. That's one way you could have been talking about it.
Okay, how about Mary's pregnancy? Artificial insemination?
I don't go by that look.
She didn't like that, bro.
Hang on.
just-
Well, listen, and that's because technically the word virgin has been misapplied in the translation. In all actuality, the word that was used to describe Mary meant nothing more than a unmarried young woman. So in other words, we're talking about a teenage girl who got pregnant out of wedlock. Artificial
Why
or
wouldn't
not,
they say
God,
that?
who knows? I don't understand the mechanics of it. I don't understand why. I don't understand how.
Well,
And I'm not even asking
isn't
that.
every baby that's ever been born artificially inseminated from the beginning? I mean, where you gonna put it? Where you gonna put it, man? Like,
Right. Turning water into wine is simple.
Yes.
Right? Have you ever tried it?
It
Right?
actually is.
People have all kinds of breweries and stuff that make wine.
They do it in the mountain, except for they call it moonshine.
Yeah, that too.
They just don't typically do it like that. You know, it takes time.
And it does take a little corn mash.
He was pulling a still in back of one of the wagons and didn't let anybody know. Come on now.
Yeah, going off of what Bird said, I mean, also what Beth said earlier, I kind of want to ask, Beth and, I mean, also Clay, a question here. In terms of, he's saying that this whole positive thing is going to happen, right, where you go to space and then you go to the New Jerusalem. But as you were saying, when the angels came in the book of Enoch, right, and handed down this technology, it was kind of like a curse on humanity, was it not, right? So wouldn't that be a
Yeah.
bad thing if they gave them all this technology and the technology is being used, like, for example, like pharmacogenomics, like it's not really being employed by people who want the best for humanity, so on and so forth, right? So wouldn't it be true that, you know, as in the days of Noah, you know, that like we're all headed towards like a huge disaster based on the technology? Then
Yeah.
how do you square that with this idea that, you know, that we're going to use the space age technology to, you know, to build this new heaven?
Beautiful thing.
Excellent question. And in fact, that leads to the exact misconception of what I'm saying.
Okay.
Human beings, right? So we are made for the earth. The planet Mars, or New Earth, if it was to be set down, the New Jerusalem to be set down, there's a specific purpose. For us to live there, no. We live on the earth. This is where we live. Whereas New Jerusalem, so there are kings that are described to, what is it? They are, let's see.
I think you're about to say that the earthlings would build a city for other people.
No.
No.
We don't. No.
We build it, but we don't live there, right?
We don't build it. No.
Oh, okay, my bad.
No.
Yeah, it's supposed to be the New Jerusalem is set down by God, not by man.
Correct.
Man
the
doesn't build
kings,
shit.
in Revelation 22, it says, "And the leaves of the tree were for healing of the nations," right? So it is their duty to provide that, the kings. And then also there are servants there in the city, as well, as we just read with what Beth had pulled up in the portion about the river and the throne. But human beings, or I should say men, we live on the earth.
You are the leaf of the tree.
And those
you are
leaves
the
of
leaf.
the leaves of the tree are for the healing. In other words, they will be brought here.
In other words, you will be the fruit that come out of your mouth be healing fruit, not none of this evil shit that we do all the time. The leaves of the tree will be healing. You will be saying good shit, and you won't be around toxic shit no more.
No, I'm talking about a physical tree.
I understand what you're talking about. I'm giving you my
Yeah, and Joe's taking it to illustrative. Right?
Okay, I got you. But yeah, no, that's that. What I'm saying is that there is a tree in the city that is growing, and that there are, I don't know if you would call them people, because the scripture calls them servants. I don't know if they would be men or not. Maybe he does pluck a few. I don't know. But ultimately, the kings deliver it to the earth, and that is their purpose.
The word of God, the message of God, could that be what they're delivering?
It says leaves.
You think it's literal leaves? Okay.
Yeah, literal leaves. Yep.
And what do the leaves do?
They are for the healing of the nations.
You mean like medicine?
Like medicine, correct.
Kings bring forth medicine.
Correct.
Like marijuana.
Like
marijuana.
Like weed. Yeah. Like marijuana.
It's my medicine of choice. Thank you.
Your dope dealer is a king now, right? Your plug is a king, according to your reading.
You guys know that. Hey, you guys know that we're the evil ones, right?
Did you know that? In what context?
Well, basically, we sent out a satellite inviting aliens here, and then when they get here, we blow them out of the sky.
No, I was unaware that we've been doing that. No.
Yeah, we have. Well, actually, the United Nations.
Danny, listen, I tolerated this bullshit from Flo, but I am not going to tolerate you giving away our white people secrets. This has to stop.
Actually,
we're all white up here. What are you talking about?
In all actuality, the UN.
What are you doing? You got to leave.
The UN appointed someone to be the ambassador for Earth, who will actually communicate with the fucking aliens whenever they do show up.
Whenever they do. Oh.
Yeah, okay. If you ascribe to aliens being real.
That book,
I
Behold
think
the Pale Horse, say they were going to show up on the White House lawn. It was going to be so obvious, everybody saw it and all that shit. Not literally on the White House lawn, but an equivalent of that. He talked about aliens and shit in that book.
I think that the mere fact that as time wise, right? Look at how long it would take for us just to get to Mars. I think that overall,
I guess.
6 years, right?
No, at its shortest distance, I think they said 3 months with a specific type of engine.
Hey
on
Siri,
at its shortest
how long
distance.
does it take to get to Mars?
Whoa.
7 is its longest. 6 months average.
From Earth to Mars takes between 150 and 300 days, depending on how fast the spacecraft's launch and the alignment between Earth and Mars, and the amount of time the spacecraft must travel to reach its destination.
Let's assume we would do it at its closest time, 150. What they say, 15 months? What they just say? I don't even remember what she just said.
Up to a
days,
year.
150
let's
days.
call it because it's at around up to 300 days. So let's say it takes a fucking year to get to fucking Mars.
That's not suspicious at all.
It honestly, it doesn't seem like humans are meant to be traveling throughout space
For a year.
because
our bodies
are.
are
By the time you get there, you're fucking. Maybe not Mars. Mars is a little closer.
Mars is
but
close,
a lot of
yeah,
the
but I
places that we're
understand
talking about, we don't have the capability to get there fast enough.
That's what I think.
have a
But what happened in the garden is what you're talking about now. Some knowledge was given, and it was like putting a gun in a kid's hands, and some Nephilim. Somebody did that shit.
The Nephilim situation was after the garden. In the garden.
Okay.
That was,
Well, I want you to remind me of that, but I lose my story easy. But just like now, we think the speed limit is the speed of light and all of that shit. But if we are advanced enough where we can do shit right, we'd probably just bend warp space, and it would take minutes and to get there. You warp space, you warp time. That'd be the quickest way to travel if you had the ability to do that thing. But I'm saying that it could be possible that we are on other planets, but you can't do it, and they won't give you the secret until you're ready to learn that shit. Otherwise, it's putting a gun in the kid's hands. You ain't got no business traveling the galaxy. You're a caveman.
If God is the light, we should, as humans, not be able to travel faster than He does, or even equivalent to how fast He is.
Like photons.
That's interesting,
light
right?
as in photons?
I ran it over a couple times in my head, but if He is the light, they always say He's the light. That is interesting. That the fastest thing we know is also called light. That's interesting.
Thank you, Vibe. I appreciate it. Welcome.
Hey, Vibe.
What's up, Vibe? Maybe you can get in on this conversation. I know you come up a lot, and then you don't get.
This sounds like up his alley.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just came up with another one, so I'm catching up.
Oh, we was doing satanic worship.
Oh, I love that. Like
they said you were the right guy. We were just talking about your name.
Our Sunday's satanery, y'all.
The question, the big question is: are we meant to be traveling in space? And what does God say about that?
Yeah, I mean, it really is an interesting question because we know if anybody studies the universe, we know there's a lot of solar systems. We know there's a lot of galaxies. We know that there is a possibility based on statistics that there may be other lives.
I would say a likelihood even.
It's pretty likely based on the knowledge that I've been fed that there are other people out there, whatever they are. And the question would be, as being a Christian, would be, is there some form of Jesus there in all those places? And by the way,
that's dope. Do they got their own Jesus? Does Jesus cover them all?
No one told me Vibe was going to be here.
Yeah, well, nobody told me Ken was going to be here. So, we have to fight head to head on that.
Vibe, you know that you're really rich and it's Beth's birthday and she needs money because she had some catastrophes on her house lately, and you're rich and it's her birthday.
Beth.
Thank you.
Is it today?
Yeah, it's today.
You're
Yeah,
still
and
living.
we did too. I freaking have had like the day from hell.
We've all given her $100 though, Vibe. No pressure. No pressure. I'm
I
just
gave
saying.
her $700.
Everybody else who come up on a panel donate at least
I
$100.
gave
And
her-
you're way better of a friend
No,
and more generous. You're more generous than me because you believe in Jesus.
I love it.
Loves me.
Oh my god.
As a matter of fact, $700 would fix her problem right now. Really, really, her life would be much better.
To be honest, you guys think I'm rich, but $700 would fix my life too. So,
Stop it.
I'll throw some money there. I'll throw some money there, but
I appreciate it very much.
I'm not grid.
Vibe,
I thought you were.
Vibe,
All
do you?
good. Maybe.
Vibe, let
Oh,
me
I'm done
bring
being
Vibe
nice to you.
On the shit that me and Brick was talking about.
Come on now. He said he was going to throw something.
Okay. Let's get back to the conversation.
Vibe, me and Brick were talking about the stories of the Bible. To what degree would they have been analogous and or literal? The tree in the Garden of Eden, was it literally a tree? The leaves
one
of
in
so and so, is it literally a leaf?
Yeah, because there's a tree of life in the book of Genesis, but then there's also one in the book of Revelation. Can either one of these be considered illustrative? This is very important.
Yeah, this is the danger of sola scripture, is that basically it's up to us to determine how we actually prescribe each of these pieces, right? And I'm actually part of a religion that believes that. But it's also the most dangerous thing because anybody can just do whatever interpretation they want to on that scripture.
It seems like that's a little catch-all vibe, right? That
100%, 100%.
It's for my people to understand, and other people would not get it. You will have the interpretive skill where another person won't.
I'll give you.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
If you go to the church, quote unquote, church father, who's to say that they're not sola scriptura?
Well, they are. They are. They just claim that God speaks to them and tells them. Well, maybe God wants to my understanding is he expects to be able to have a relationship with each and every one of us. That's why we have the Holy Spirit, is to guide our thinking, to guide our understanding. And if you're meant to understand something, and our understanding also does tend to evolve as we think about things longer, read other texts, apply it, etc. So
being the case, obviously you've received your understanding through your I don't want to say doctrine, that's too strong of a word, but through your church, and your church fathers have instructed you. So in that understanding, which one is literal, which one is illustrative? Are they both, vice versa?
Well, let's look at it a little bit differently, right? So when it comes to Christianity, Christ, when he found his fishermen and he said, I want to make fishers of men to them, right? He didn't say, here's my laws. Here are the things you have to follow. Here's everything you have to do to follow me. He just said, hey, follow me. And I would look at that as kind of a prescription for him saying, hey, what I want from you is a relationship with you. Between you and me, we can sort all that stuff out outside of everybody else. I don't care what the laws say. Just have a relationship with me first. Once I have that relationship with you,
so that's
you and I will work that out together.
So that's baby food vibe.
Okay.
I know that we're talking about meat here. I know that we're talking about some real good green beans, some spinach, even, right?
You're making me hungry.
But what you're talking about is baby food. First, develop a relationship with God. I have that. I 100% have that. Now I want.
And you understand why I say that, right?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Because even this, like when I first came up, I gave kind of my spiel about some things, but I caveat it with, this is what I believe. this is what I see, this is what I read, versus what you might believe. And I don't want to knock that at all. You know, you can have your beliefs. Your beliefs are very important to you. You should, in my opinion, believe first and foremost in God. But if you don't even believe in that, you know, maybe we can get you some baby food. But I already know that you do. And that's why I didn't start off with you with that. What I was talking about was some meat.
All right, let's get the meat.
Okay, very good. So, in the case of
real quick,
the city,
real quick for just to say that thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate being here, and the sort of subjects we talk about on the show, where I do is really not that different. We had Joe Cool, come by a lot and have conversations with us.
I love
so it. I'll be back here. Blessings, guys. Thank you so much.
Awesome.
My wife on the phone, so I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Thank
And
you so
Machine
much
Line,
for coming. I
if
appreciate
I'm not right, you're also Michigan, right?
Yeah. I'm in Michigan. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I live
brother.
near Detroit.
I was East Lansing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, it's nice to meet you, Vibe. And
Peace out, man.
also I wanted to say that the Alexandrian Jews, they found a continuity right between the Greek goddesses in the book of the Greek gods and goddesses in the book of Enoch, right? They actually describe the Nephilim as those as the pagan gods. So so it's interesting. But yeah, blessings, guys. Thank you so much.
Have a great night.
Why didn't Enoch make it into the canon?
That is actually so. There's a lot of reasons.
You don't want to.
I know why. I'm trying to think through it because I was just reading up on this. But it's
Let me
not
see.
the last thing that I was
talked
reading.
about
The legitimacy of Enoch was
giants
not
and all
the
that
last
stuff.
thing that I was looking into. Enoch was considered to be true and like a literal biblical text until like the 11 or 1200s when the church decided, we're not gonna believe this anymore. It's more of a fairy tale or whatever, and they really pushed it aside. Why Constantine did or did not choose many.
Okay, first off, Constantine didn't choose any of the books.
Did what?
Constantine did not choose any of the books.
The Council of Nicaea was put together in order,
by him, yes.
Which one was it? It was then it had to have been the guy right after Constantine who put it together.
No. Constantine basically formalized it, but he did. He paid for everybody to come, paid for priests from all over, all different denominations of Christianity, and to come and actually finalize the Bible. And in the end, they didn't remove or add any books. He had no say in the adding or removing of the books.
That's absolutely inaccurate. And by that point in time, when Christianity is formalized as a religion, many of the priests and all these temples all these churches start getting built. And it's Constantine who has now made this the primary religion of the Roman Empire. All right. And the Roman Empire was huge at that point. He is the one which, by the way, this is really interesting too. In the very beginning, he decreed that the churches, the Christian churches, could not be within the walls of the cities. That changed eventually, but at the very start of it, he wanted all churches outside of the cities. He also kept all of the pagan reliefs on the money. But it was under his leadership, his guidance, that these churches are established, and that leadership is put in place for that. Okay.
I won't disagree with that. However, the one thing I do disagree with is that there was a New Testament already founded prior to him, and he brought all the Christians together. And at the end of it, the Christian Bible did not change. There was no books added and no books deleted.
That's two
But
things.
he did propaganda. He did do the propaganda saying this is now part of Rome.
It was not a collective Bible to begin with. There were thousands of texts that were put together, considered to be holy texts that addressed all of this. That would have been Old Testament and New Testament.
But this is something I'll concede to, is that there were questions on things like Enoch, and I'm not going to say that they are valid or not. What I'm going to say is they didn't fit the consistency. And I actually have many Christian friends where they're like, yeah, we think maybe Enoch actually has relevance. However, it didn't fit the perfect consistency for them to say, yes, this is right or wrong. And to add on to that, I think there are actually texts today that people are writing that are actually biblically based, that we're not putting in the canon, that are God inspired, but they're not fitting the scrutiny, right? And
here's where your problem comes. Jesus himself actually quotes the book of Enoch and quotes the book of, I'm pretty sure, I think it's Jasher, which is the word for uprightness. So it's the book of uprightness. And so does Paul and Peter. They both, all three of them, quote Enoch multiple times. So, as well as other texts that were not chosen for the put together Bible. Okay. The put together Bible did not exist. They sat down with a whole slew, a library of texts that people held true. When it goes forward in Moses is talking about everything with the garden and the flood, and he brings up the word Nephilim, and that this is why all this happens. He doesn't need to elaborate on what the Nephilim are, because people already understand what it is, because Enoch was widely in circulation and actually held to be a true story from the beginnings of man. So you can't knock it out, especially once you start recognizing that Peter, Paul, and Jesus himself quote it.
Peter, Paul, and Mary. Yep.
Yeah, I have to reject that. So Enoch was pretty much widely adopted by the Ethiopians, and is still actually still in their Bible, right?
I think maybe Orthodox as well, and Catholics.
Yeah, and the Catholics, I think they're the ones that actually have it most correct, in the sense they actually are acknowledging that there's still works of God happening today, right? The Protestants are just going by sola scriptura. And
it's also part of the Dead Sea Scrolls. Just saying.
Well, yeah. Well, and the Dead Sea Scrolls actually only made the Bible more accurate. So there's no well, there are mistranslations, but we have the most accurate translation we can have today than we've ever had in history.
Especially
so what we're doing today,
Dead Sea Scrolls, you can read them side by side. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I do it all the time. Like
me too.
I mean, I have an app where I look at.
I didn't think of that one. Right, I got the book and the Bible. I didn't think now you could app it or something.
Yeah.
No, I mean, hey, I'm the first one to admit, like, when I started reading the Bible from front to end, I started asking questions. Like, I came to faith before I started reading the Bible from front to end.
I think I did too.
Which is what makes it very shitty that these texts were not included, for the simple fact that these are the texts that give the understanding, and why when he's talking about when he's writing Genesis, he does not have to go through and actually say this is what I'm talking about, because people already understood what he was talking about. All right, they had these other texts that go side and side. Enoch, Jasher, and Genesis are all written about the same exact time frame. It's just focusing on different things. Enoch is focusing on the Nephilim and why God has to flood the world, and the celestial reasons behind that stuff. Genesis is focused on Adam, Eve, and the lineage going forward. and Jasher is more focused on the community as a whole and what is happening with the people around them. All right.
Okay, but what is the Bible about? The Bible that we have today, the ones with the books where you're saying that all the books are complete. What is the story of the Bible?
The Bible we have today.
The fall of mankind, and then again, it's focused on the Messiah.
About how it came about. I think some of how it came
focused
about.
on
It would
the
have been all the books. They would have got together at the council messy, and they would have decided which were the most important. At some time, somebody would have followed that fucking guidance.
When
Why
they're
not?
focused,
Is that illegal or
when they're
something?
focused on the Messiah coming to redeem mankind, of course they're going to pick the only book, Genesis, which focuses on the lineage to bring about the Messiah, and they don't give a fuck about the other two.
Is there anyone up here who doesn't believe that the Bible is the Word of God?
Well, I believe it's been changed, and I believe there's easy proof of that. The Dead Sea
I
Scrolls.
want to hear how it got changed.
Hold on, because I want to be sure. So, Joe, you don't believe that the Bible is the Word of God?
I don't believe that the King James Bible, or probably any of them, is the exact words that it came before.
Can I argue this?
So that's why the conversation is going there.
Gotcha. Yeah. Oh,
I'm going to
you
go make a cup
guys
of coffee.
do not believe
I'll be back.
every word.
So Joe.
Yeah.
I can actually concede that the Bible has been mistranslated before. However, we're living in an era right now that actually is not possible. I did a whole series on this of the different translations. There's the King James Version, there's the New King James Version, there's the NASB, there's the NIV, there's the Message Version, right? Anybody with a scholarly degree can actually go, is this correct or not? Now, you can still say, hey, how do we trust that text? Now, the text actually...
Vibe.
We lost your vibe.
Oh, sorry. The text has changed a little bit.
See what happens when you're trying to tell everybody?
Because we did discover the Dead Sea Scrolls, and we discovered new texts. We constantly look at those texts, and we adjust it. So today, right now, whether it's accurate or not, and you can argue that on me today, right now,
right.
But we have the most accurate translation, especially if you look at the NASB, if you're speaking English, the most accurate translation. Nobody's throwing weird words in there. Nobody's changing it. Yeah. It's not like somebody translated the Bible and then translated the Bible and then translated the Bible and then translated the Bible and now it's all wrong. No, we have the most accurate translation today. And to support Beth here, Beth and I actually both read the other books that have been dropped. Now, I don't necessarily believe that the books that got dropped are not divine. I don't know if they are. They just didn't fit the criteria to being divine and fit in there, but they still actually might be divine. The only thing they did at the Council of Council was basically saying, hey, we know 100% these ones are right. This one might be 90% right, so we're not going to include it. They didn't not include it because they're like, oh, I'm fearful that everybody's going to revolt on this. They just said, we can't guarantee this one, but nobody deleted the records. They're still there.
You have it because Vatican allows you to
They did delete it. They tried to fucking burn all of them, which is why we have the Dead Sea Scrolls to begin with.
But they're
we
there.
Wouldn't even have them.
They're
Had
meant.
not Constantine
If you
said
grab,
are they all there?
Vibe, and
No, they're
any
not all
time
there.
throughout history, Vibe, if you gathered the oldest freaking bishops and popes and shit, which would be a bunch of old white men by today's standards, whatever the old out of touch fuck was there, and the king, these would be the worst niggas to represent the people ever. Their input would have been like Fox making the Bible. Someone would be arguing, hey, it's all there and blah blah, but we know that those people, just by who they are, and they're all over 90 years old, would have had an agenda to get rid of rock and roll. So anything that made, I'm assuming all this, I guess, so anything that made women look good, like Gospel of Mary, leave it out. Anything make Jesus look human, like all that childhood shit, leave it out.
Yeah, but here's my point, right? Is
I
that
can jump on that bandwagon, Joe. I agree.
Mhm.
I've
We have
always wondered
access
about
to
that
it.
shit too.
We don't
We have
have
access
access
to all
all
that.
of the texts. We don't have access to all
We
of
have
them.
what the Vatican allows us to have, and that's it.
Well,
Not
actually,
even
since
that,
we
because a
found a
lot of
bunch
the
of
texts were
stashes now,
lost.
we found a bunch of stashes. People saw this coming. The first major one would have been at Qumran, with the cash that the little kid found. But now we found them buried in other places, and all they do is reaffirm that that is the same shit that was written all those years ago.
Well, no, because it actually gets even worse than that. We don't have all of it. There's no way to have all of it because a lot was destroyed over time. Papyrus breaks down.
Yeah, even the Dead Sea Scrolls aren't accurate. I mean, not full, complete.
Not complete. It's not
Yeah.
complete.
Since they
There's
accurate,
reference
complete.
throughout the Bible to books that we don't have anymore. That's just a fact.
Did Jesus
all
have a
history is
girlfriend?
inaccurate, right?
Did
But
Jesus have a girlfriend?
No.
Grandpa was a carpenter. He built houses, stores, and
Actually, Joe, under Jewish tradition, and he was traditionally Jewish and lived the full, perfect right of the Jewish law to the letter.
Right.
He would have had to have, by that age, by the
He
age
would
that he
had to
was, he would
have
have
a
been
girlfriend.
expected to be married, as a matter of fact, and to have been a father by that point. And in all actuality, I mean, if you look at it, there's a great argument that can be made where it says that Jesus was tempted in all ways of man. How could he be tempted? How could he be tempted to commit adultery or what's it called, infanticide? Or yeah, right, infanticide and things along those lines.
It said that also the Dead Sea Scrolls said that some that was left out, 2 Timothy or some shit. I wish I could remember, but that was left out also. Every time he greeted her, he used to kiss her. And the partial where it said kiss her on the, and that part of the fragment is gone. But in that era, you know, that's when your brother would have had to go with you to the market. There was no looking at motherfuckers touching their hands, and certainly no kissing, you know, maybe your mom or something. But no guy would have been kissing a chick. That was unheard of.
Now, some of those documents, like the Gospel of, there's one, all right, perfect example. There is, we get from the Dead Sea Scrolls and caches in that area, there is the Gospel of Thomas and the Testament of Thomas. The Gospel of Thomas is actually like considered to be the one that's accurate or legitimate, if you will. The Testament of Thomas gives itself away and has actually been shown to be a very good forgery. They wrote it on ancient papyri that fits perfectly and everything. The problem is when you actually read it, there's things that are written about happening in there that, oh, okay, Vibe, much love to you. Sorry you gotta run so soon.
Later,
if you can come back, cool. If not, next weekend, I definitely would like, I want to have you back again to talk more about being boxed in by religion.
I gotta
reattack that.
Oh, I want to ask you about demons too, man. If we could make that turn.
Are you convinced that
Absolutely.
the Bible is the word of God yet, Joe?
You say yet? Yes, I've been convinced. Yeah, I've been convinced. You know it when it hits you. It ain't just the Bible, by the way. You know it when it hits you. I've read other things that hit me too.
Some of those, by the way, though, have been shown to be forgeries, albeit phenomenally produced forgeries. It's just a matter of like at one point it says that Jesus went from this place to this place, then to this place to that place, but he would have had to start A, go to B, and then the next place that he went to, it says he went by river, which there's no river there at all.
All right.
To place C, which he would have had to backtrack and go further.
Well, your
south.
Bible has
And,
stuff
the
like
way
that.
The way that it's written, it couldn't have happened that way.
Your Bible, the King James version that I think you guys are telling me is word for word, is written like that. If you start from the beginning, doesn't it contradicts itself when he say he made the people before the earth or the earth before the people. In the next sentence, he contradicts himself somewhere in there.
Somebody, I had this out with somebody in the past. It, it's getting misunderstood because there's a word in there that says that the people get confused.
They say what day he made this shit on in that part.
I know exactly what you're talking about. It's later in Genesis. It's not the start of Genesis. It's like Genesis 2 or 3. I'm gonna look for it because I know exactly what you're talking about.
Let's see if I can find. And that's just one of a bunch of them, man. All right, Jesus said, "Until the heaven and earth pass away." This is somebody else's what they found. The earth shall not pass away. Jesus said, "Until heaven and earth pass away, not one jot or tittle of the law shall disappear, and that if a person's righteous and devotion to follow the law did not surpass the Pharisee and teachers of that law, that person would not enter the kingdom of heaven." Paul said that the law no longer matters, and other verses.
All right, so I have problems when it comes to Paul, personally, because Paul, like, and here's where you gotta, whenever you're reading the books that Paul wrote, okay, you have to look at, is he saying God said this, or I, Paul, recommend this? And then, as a matter of fact, the early Christian church uses Paul to actually kind of change how faith is practiced across the board, and it drives me insane. I don't like it. I personally prefer to stick with how Jesus left it and not how Paul or man says, oh no, that doesn't matter. Meanwhile, Jesus said it did matter. So
He says, here's one. I don't know how this one, someone says, in Mark 2:25-26, Jesus misquotes the Old Testament. He says that the high priest at the time was Abiathar, but if you look at 1 Samuel, it was actually Abiathar's father, Ahimelech.
So,
where did the disciples see the resurrection of Jesus? Was it in Jerusalem or 80 miles away in Galilee? In Matthew, Jesus appears with a woman and tells the woman to deliver the message to the disciples that Jesus would meet them in Galilee, which is approximately 80 miles away. Then all 11 disciples went to Galilee and Jesus met them there. But some of them doubted Jesus and gave the Great Commission, whatever that is. But in Luke, it says that Jesus appeared to two of the disciples as they were on the road to Emmaus, about 7 miles from Jerusalem. And most importantly, Jesus tells them to stay in Jerusalem. And by the end of the gospel, they are still in Jerusalem. In Acts, it says that they stayed with Jesus in Jerusalem for 40 days. And then Jesus ascended to the heaven outside of Jerusalem. Disciples stayed in Jerusalem until they were driven out. But there's a million of these things.
There's a lot of problems when it comes down to humans telling stories and them not being necessarily the same across the board.
You can't leave out the words you don't know what they are. You need to go look up those words to get a better understanding of what you're reading. You can't just push aside a word because you don't know what it means. Otherwise, you're going to not understand what the hell you're reading.
No, I agree. If that was my goal to understand that particular one, my goal is to point out that other people have pointed out many different so-and-sos, not to really investigate even one of them.
I agree with that. I agree with that completely. And I think that a lot of the focus is or was more on picking books that make it easier to.
I wouldn't fault the Bible, love the Bible, huge fan. But I know they say King James version when his mother, it was his mother's Bible that was the most popular Bible when King James had it. They redid it and did it all up for him. He's like, nah, I need you to change this, change that. And people admit, even Christians say, yeah, he changed it, but they were small changes here and there that made no significant difference. But he took it back. I heard 17 times they brought it to him before he was happy with it. These are a lot of revisions.
I agree with you completely. There's a difference between translation and transliteration as well,
Yeah.
where certain words end up getting twisted. And then once the word is twisted from what it originally meant, along the way, it loses, it's like the word virgin when we're talking about Mary.
Right.
If you go back to what the oldest text we have says,
Right.
that word means an unmarried teenage girl. Okay.
Yeah.
So, shit. I had my son when I was 16 and I wasn't married. I could have been married. Okay. I was the fucking emulating Mary, if you will.
Right. You could have been the
Technically, y'all would have been married.
And what about this?
By that time's law, because
I'm not
y'all
playing
had
bad
relations, and so therefore,
I got you. You got to take it baby steps, Steelman. Sometimes.
How do
I agree, though, that a lot of it, and like, look at it this way, too. When we start talking about inconsistencies, let's say there's a car accident and there are 4 witnesses who were not in the cars, just off standing on the side, and the police go to them for statements. None of their statements are going to be the same. They're going to, and when you look at them, they're like never the same. When you compare them to the people who were actually in the cars, they tend to be vastly different.
I agree with that philosophy.
And so that is kind of the idea you got to apply to it.
I don't hold them
When it comes
against
to the
it.
Old Testament is
Hold
judged
it
very
against it.
differently for the reason that, like, a perfect example, within the Dead Sea Scrolls, there's a copy of Isaiah that is now like way older than the oldest copy that we ever fucking had. And you can put those side by side, and the words have not changed in thousands of years.
Right. Well, back then they would have had to remember them so they can say them verbally. They, like they do the Quran, you have to remember it. So the first Torah, the first 10 would have been word for word.
And they actually, like, when you look at the older copies of them, they really are.
Here, how do y'all reconcile this? All the stories that came along before the Bible, and all of them, the virgin birth and the great flood, all of these are stories from I can't even think of the names now. One, the Sumerians, but there was one, I bet you would know the name of it. Well, all of these, it almost came to me. Well, all of these shits came from Moses, the 10 Commandments. People say, he went up on a Bible on a thing and God wrote them on there. But, there were like 100 commandments and that he would have every weekend.
Okay. I can explain this.
Right?
So
316 or some shit like that.
The 10 Commandments are like the main thing. All of the extra laws, and Clay, you may have to help me out with this one. All of the other ones tend to pertain to ritual stuff, and like they're more smaller, like
I looked at them. That's not true.
They're not necessarily commandments of God. This is what we're going to do to distinguish ourselves as a community. We're not gonna put gold beads in our hair. We're not gonna cut our hair.
No, I looked at them.
In other words, just a bunch of shit to control the people.
No. They still would have been
A bunch of rules to control
maybe
people.
I don't know.
It's
But this
more of
would
a
have been.
tribal thing. Am I right on that, Clay?
I think you're wrong
I
because
have no idea where you.
I
guys are
looked at
going
them. I
with
wish I
this.
could remember the name of them. I looked at them with that eye because someone gave me that argument to see if it was just clothing and dressing as opposed to the 10. And no, you could have picked any 40 out and they would have been just as cold and just good to live by.
This stuff is about whether you believe that the Bible is the word of God. This
I do.
is all this is about. So either you believe it is or you don't. But if you don't believe it is, I can't.
We don't have to have that. That no one up here doesn't believe it's the word of God. So we don't even have to have that discussion. You don't have to disrupt it.
Gentlemen,
you are discussing the contradictions in the Bible. That is only one goal.
And I'm happy to hit that one up. Let's do that next week because I do want to go back to what I was talking about before with being boxed in by religion. Chuck, I need you to flash me real quick, sweetheart. I do have a question for Clay.
Wait, we can talk about the Bibles, but not the contradictions.
You can talk about the contradictions, bro, but
I'm talking Beth. I'm talking Beth.
Because that's not what I'm here to do. I'm not here to teach you.
Yeah, we're supposed to be
Going
talking
into-
about aliens, by the
Going
way.
into the deeper stuff with that, I'm more than happy to do it. Just
Say
right now,
again?
I'm trying to keep it on topic when it comes down to
I mean,
like. And
okay.
actually, I
Because
had a
it's-
question for Clay as far as if we are gonna let's say that fucking everything Elon Musk is trying to do does make it to Mars. How can that? What do you think? How do you think that affects the end time position when it comes to God? And Joe, I do promise you, like, I am totally up to having that conversation. I'm just trying to stay on
I
the
don't
topic
believe you.
of this one.
Because that nigga
Alright,
talked
and
about
I'll
the
even
Bible
do research on
forever,
it. I'll
and you
even
was
do
okay
research
with
on
it
it.
until I said a contradiction. Now
I'll
you want to
even
go
do
back to
research
Mars.
on it, and I'll bring the contradictions, and I will go and find the photocopies of the oldest versions we have, and you and I can break them down together. I'm happy to do that shit. I nerd out on that all the time. That's just my jam. I like doing that.
Y'all,
I do
you'll need to
I
set a
just-
date.
It's not
Joe,
what I
if you
prepared
just set
for.
a
No,
date.
the moment will have
I
been
didn't
passed.
prepare
I
to
will
come up here and
appreciate
defend
it,
the
but the
Bible.
moment
I
didn't
didn't
come
prepare
on
to
here
defend.
Oh, everybody talking at once.
I
I
didn't
did-
prepare to defend the Bible either.
That's
which
not what I
is-
prepared for.
I didn't prepare
I
for
literally
any of
have
this.
notes
You
here
got a
that I'd
point
like
here?
to go over.
I
but
just
if
walked
you
in the
wanna go,
room.
like, if you want to go talk to somebody that's going to defend the Bible, like, that's not what I came here for. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I do
Did
want
you
to.
not read the
want me
prompt,
to
Joe?
defend my
Did you not
position.
see
No,
what,
I did
what
not
the
read
the
the
thumbnail
Bible
is
is the
prompt.
word of
about?
God. It has
I
been
did
the
not read the
entirety of your.
prompt.
Don't look
But
to
if
see what the
someone
prompt is.
tells
How do
me
you
the
deal
Bible
with this
is the word of
Let me
God,
ask you,
how
Joe.
is
How
it
do you
not
deal
fair
with
for me to
Everybody
say
talking at
How
once.
do you deal with the
Damn it.
contradictions, Joe?
different ways and different ones in different ways? And I
Okay,
don't
great.
mind
Me
talking
too.
about them because I
Great, me
believe it is
too.
the word of God
With
and it
different
will
ways
not
and
be
different
broken and all of that.
subjects,
It
yeah.
fears no scrutiny. It fears no scrutiny, so it doesn't make me nervous to talk about it.
Yeah, but
Doesn't
that's
make
not,
me nervous
bro.
to talk about
Do you?
it.
Here's the basic formula. Do you believe that the Bible is the word of God? Yes or no?
You asked me that plenty of times before.
And you said yes, and you said no. So you contradicted yourself.
Okay.
But
Go
look,
ahead. We don't have
I'm
to
gonna
take
put.
the talk about the
let
contradiction.
me
I'm not here to
know.
raise your anxiety.
I love you guys, and I'm gonna put my foot down on it. Like I will. I'm more than happy to do that. Just again, too. I didn't prepare for it. Otherwise, I'd have this shit right in front of us. We could pull it up on screen, and we could fucking work that shit for hours. And I'd love to do it with you. That shit makes me very, very happy. Shit, we don't even have to wait till next weekend. Let's pick a night this week, and we'll sit down, and it'll just stream about
Can I have one more
contradictions in the
word on
Bible.
that? Can I
Huh?
have one more word?
One more word, and then I want to hear Clay's response.
And then
to,
Clay's response.
does
This is to
fuck
you.
up what God's doing.
This is to you. I didn't prepare for any of this either, but the thing had progressed with Vibe and Clay about was the word exact. And there was no problem with it when they were saying it is exact. The problem was me saying maybe it wasn't. And suddenly it's like, I stepped out of line. I was just
No, you didn't touch. You didn't step out of line. I actually agree with you that it's not exact. Even when it comes to like the Old Testament, and that's what I was trying to get in there is, the translations. They use the word that's like closest to what it should mean, and therefore
I agree with
it's
everything you
change
said.
based on who's writing it. And the scribes can make errors along the way. I agree with you. It's not exact.
Well, all right, and I'll leave it alone.
So I'm not jumping on you saying that you're wrong whatsoever. Clay, if mankind in this existence goes to Mars and creates a settlement there, what does that do come,
I think he said there was no settlement going to be there.
Fucking flatten
Or he
it
said
and like
mankind didn't create it. Right, Clay? One of those.
Yeah. So I do believe that it will. So God will do His thing before that happens. I believe He will intervene because I believe that what mankind has done and from the beginning is to try to claim authority of their own that they don't have authority of, and essentially,
meaning we're going to claim the city God built. That would be heavy. If that's what you're
Well,
saying.
that may be an attempt, right? But ultimately,
that's some
planet,
Fall of Babylon, Tower of Babylon type shit, you know.
Yeah,
And it's in the sky,
Tower
so
of
it would be a
Babylon.
great analogy. Elon Musk go up there and
Try
claim that they
and
built
get
this
knocked down,
city or come up
Yeah.
with some bullshit taking God's glory. Yeah, that'd be impressive.
Right. And so that's the way I see it. So essentially, that planet has a purpose, and mankind is like, I'll put it to you this way: it's the same thing as the war that's going on right now. It's all about resource. Mars to them is just resource. This is all it's ever been. This is why nations have been warring since the beginning of time. This is why mankind's fall started, was because they want to claim authority, and the planet, we have dominion over it. That does not mean that it belongs to us. We rule it within another's rule, and that would be God's. So if the planet has been purposed for something specific, and then
we're
man
stewards. We're stewards.
Yeah, we're stewards. Correct.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yes. And so obviously, like, if that is a purpose for God to do something with it, and we go out there and try to do this or that with it, I like the idea of exploring into space. That's a great idea. But then to try to build some type of settlement.
No, you're not against that. No, that crosses the line.
It.
Landing is okay, but to build a permanent settlement, that's not okay.
Yeah, no. Like exploration, right?
Yes.
Exploration is cool. I like the idea of exploration. But at some point,
we use the moon as or Mars as a jump off. We will say the moon because gravity is so weak there, we can use a lot less fuel. But if the resources, maybe Mars because they'll have more resources, but that'd be our jumping off. We build NASA, build a couple bases up there, and that's how we really jump off to explore.
And that's the tempting part, right? Is that you see it and you're like, ooh, shiny. Right. And then I want that thing.
That's what it's for. I hope I'm not wrong, but I think this is what it's for us to learn the mysteries, man. He built me to solve puzzles, man. It seemed like there's nothing taboo. He didn't build nothing taboo. Certainly nothing like that. We, like, what's his name? I can't remember. Galileo. I think it was Galileo.
The tree of knowledge of good and bad was supposed to be taboo. We weren't even supposed to.
Yes, that's why I say I hope I'm not wrong here. Yeah.
Right. So when Eve was actually asked about it by the serpent, what she said was, "No, you must not even touch it. No, don't even look at it." Right. So when she actually, it seems to reason to me that she would have actually received that commandment from probably Adam, because Adam was told by God, "Don't eat it," versus what Eve actually said. And Eve said, "Don't even look at it. Don't touch it. Don't even look at it." So something happened in between God's commandment to Adam. Then when Eve said it, she said something different, but it would serve to reason for me that Eve received that commandment from Adam.
I agree with you on that. Adam's like, honey, just don't even touch it, whatever you do.
So if that tree of life is there, the tree of life in the Garden of Eden was plentiful and they could eat of that tree.
I got some questions very good, Clay. Do you believe that the earth revolves around the sun? That's what gives us our, year or whatever. All right. If you remember Copernicus, when he said that, the church said no, they felt threatened, and he had to take it back. And I think he lived on house arrest the remainder of his life. They didn't kill him, but I think it's that fear. There was nothing wrong. It didn't change nothing. They were wrong. They thought they would have changed. God is not real or something if they let that out. That's how I feel about all of this stuff. You shouldn't be afraid of any of these things. It's just us learning and finding out new stuff. We're gonna find out we were wrong, not the word. Is the only thing to be wrong is our interpretations of it.
Yeah, I agree.
Elon is an alien. And he's just trying to get home.
We find we are wrong more than we find we are right. Very good.
Agreed.
I'm actually surprised, though, because you know the conversation is like being like, why should we go into space, or why should we not be allowed to go into space? Which I actually did expect, but that's been the primary focus, as opposed to what would happen if the city was placed there. What would be the effects? That's what
I'm looking. I don't know.
This is why I kind of was like, you're gonna I'm gonna pretty much hand it on to you, because I don't even quite know how to approach the subject.
Very good.
Despite looking at it as a matter of, are we actually intended for that?
Right.
Find a video of Mars.
I think your position is fascinating.
Thank you. So the idea of going there, obviously the planet is barren. It's basically seen as a dead planet. So in order for someone to actually be there, there would need to be an atmosphere, some type of habitat, if you will.
I sent you a bed. Maybe play some of that of Mars so we can get an idea. We got nice cameras and shit
that
nowadays.
Would be cool. That would
and
be
now
cool.
we can get an idea what we're looking at. Blah blah blah. It looks like perfect for building. It's just like flat and
it's just land. There is no water.
There, rock. Right? It's got, what do you call it? Solid foundation, bedrock. It looks like
correct. It actually is one full tectonic plate. There
wow, that's right, because it's dead on the inside. I guess.
Right. Except for in Olympus Mons, which is the largest mountain
volcano. Oh yeah, so it's not dead. It's got volcanoes, right? Yeah. Is it active? Is Olympic Mons active?
It's not active.
Okay.
Right. But there is there's ice there, not full on water, but there is H2O frozen.
Io's then. I think I don't know if it's Jupiter or Mars
Europa,
moon.
Probably.
But one of them, no, Europa, I think has got land. This one is all water. I think it's Jupiter, but the gravity pulls and tugs at it. So they believe all the water on the inside is regular water. Mm-hmm. That would be a good place to start looking for something.
No shit. How about some noise?
Holy wow.
Taken by NASA's Mars rover directly from the surface of the planet.
For the eyes of the world, now look into space, to the moon, and to the planets beyond.
That is wild.
That is wild. We some lucky fucks to be able to see this
in
too.
4K. Really wild. So sit back, relax, and enjoy this journey across the surface of another world.
When I do this, I think all man has looked up and wanted to be able to see what we're looking at right now. Everybody who ever looked up to a serious thinker wanted to see this.
Definitely. Exploration for sure.
Yeah.
To this incredible footage.
All of a sudden we start seeing footprints on it, going, what the fuck? Like right there. Right there. That looks like something walked across there.
Yeah, this is interesting. This is conspiracy shit. Clay, you might like this.
Snake slithers.
Look at that.
Look. So there is a steady, like pretty much a steady 100-mile-an-hour wind that pretty much roams the whole planet.
Right.
It just blows.
When our first rovers went there, they lasted longer than we would expect, but eventually it blew dust onto them and they stopped. And one day a little hurricane wind, dust devil or something went over one of them and snatched the dust back off of it. It came back to life and they got another X amount of months out of it. But Clay, this is interesting. When we got that first footage back, it was redder. And Mars was sold us as the red so-and-so. But when China and other people started dropping rovers on there and they look like this, suddenly our shit's no longer red anymore. I thought that was interesting. But the very first one had like a red atmosphere. And then once China and them started putting rovers up there, our shit suddenly wasn't red no more. It's like they was trying to sell us on something.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Well, I think they're always trying to do that. They want to control the narrative, and as well as,
with the red,
all y'all.
The red comes from the atmosphere. The actual dirt, like short of a little bit of oxidation, yeah, there is that.
I imagine that's what it mostly is. I'm guessing.
The atmosphere is radiated, so it comes back.
That is some sharp fucking shit. Remind me of the Grand.
Essentially, is burnt.
There is a good question. What about things like, radiation? I guess if we're talking end of days, I mean, it's not going to matter because all of that should be made perfect, correct?
So that's
very good.
That's the interesting part about this whole concept, right? So, and what I was talking about earlier with the foundation being made of specific gemstones, you got onyx, sapphire, jasper. Jasper actually has a certain thermal property, as well as there's
look at those lines. Sorry, Clay. I'm just saying, look at those lines on those rocks. That does not look natural.
It looks like the Grand Canyon. They got that stratus.
Yeah, it looks like somebody carved that
stratus
shit.
lines. I know the Grand Canyon got them same black lines all over the fucking place. I think it's level where the water would have been at one point. Then it went higher and higher, or lower and lower. Probably lower and lower till it disappeared. I think water would have did that, just like in the Grand Canyon. This looks exactly like the fucking Grand Canyon in places.
Doesn't it?
Those
That and
scattered
like a
rocks.
desert,
It was broken
like we were
rocks.
kids and watching the Black Stallion in the desert and all that
That
stuff.
shit's
Man, do you want to live on Mars?
No gays allowed. Just saying. You be on water.
Fuck that. 10.
Be lonely.
He must be busy.
Bunch of women
fell
and straight
asleep.
men. Well, he'll fuck something. He's 51% gay. He'll fuck a woman if he had to.
He said he would have stayed straight for me when he saw a picture of me when I was 20.
Shit might have turned out different.
Look at that. It looks like waves, doesn't it?
It does, like windblown desert shit, or waves in the water, but it looks like that
Desert
shit you see
water waves
in the movies. Which makes me think, man, and I know Clay thinks like this. All things are kind of related. The waves in the water aren't much different than the waves in the sand. Shit moves them both. They moves at different speeds, type of shit.
Yeah, it's all from the wind.
Yeah, so it's physical, reality. It's just the way it works, man.
How much of this would be different, do you think, in your idea?
Perfect question. Okay, let me lead into this. So the city has a specific measurement. It's 1,400 by 1,400 by 1,400 height and width. Olympus Mons is 380 miles wide. And this is actually what led me to believe this. The 1,400 miles, it's actually, this is the kicker. It's actually not 1,400 miles.
3 by 3 by 3 by 3.
1,380. 1,380 is the actual measurement in miles. And Olympus Mons is 380 miles wide, if you include the 2-mile shelf that it actually sits on. There's a shelf that it sits on. This is what actually caught my eye in the first place. But if you put the wall 500 miles to the east, 500 miles to the west, 500 miles to the north, 500 miles to the south, then you have the exact measurement of the 1,380 mile city. And then you go 1,300 miles into the sky. So that's the actual measurement. It's just the mountain plus 1,000 miles on each side. Well, it's 500 miles on each side, 1,000 miles total.
Does Mars rotate like Earth does?
Sorry?
Does Mars rotate like Earth?
It does not. It actually has a different cycle. Let me see what that is. Hold on. Like, I have all my notes here.
How long is a day on Mars?
That. You researchers, I love it.
Yeah.
1 day, 36 minutes.
And then I'm curious if you can
Apparently
tell
not
me.
much from Mars. That can't be true.
I'm curious if you can tell me again what exactly it is in scripture that points you to thinking that Mars is where the new city of Jerusalem will be.
Good way to tie it
let
back on.
me say,
There.
Tootie, it's very close to ours. 24.6 hours with 24 hours, so it's pretty close.
Okay.
Yeah,
Which-
it's close, but the month
The
cycles
year would
are
Mars
different.
year in Mars would be way different. Yes.
Right. Every 26 months is how often the Earth sees Mars. It passes by. I know I put another one in here somewhere.
While he's looking for his notes, ladies and
So-
gentlemen, it is my fucking birthday. So by all means, do me a favor, at least sub to my channel, drop a like on the show. You could send me some donos to, make my day a little sweeter.
I'm sending you some on Olympus Mons, Beth, the mountain that he's talking about. I
Okay.
think it's mostly AI, but it'll still probably give us an idea. So I don't know, but some on Olympus Mons.
Oh, that's not it. Nope, that's because I'm on the wrong screen. Oh,
Damn it, I'm on the wrong channel too.
got it.
Damn it.
It's so funny. Every time you send me stuff, I got to copy it off of the text, go into one Discord and send it to my other Discord as a message. Then I can pull it up.
You're very kind about it. After that, knowing that, you're very kind because I sent you 15 at a time.
Dude, one day you sent me fucking 50 links and I wasn't even on the panel.
I still have half of those in an email that we never got to.
I still
I
got
had
a
to
file
fucking-
folder with about 60
I was
more.
busy doing something else. I came, I'm sitting here going, God damn, fucking Joe Cool and fucking fucking copy, paste, send, laptop, copy, paste, keep a sent, man, have fun. And literally, that's the only time I was on the panel. As soon as I dropped all 50 links in the back chat, I
All
fucking left.
I remember that. Yeah. Tenth was
So-
doing it by that time, though. But I couldn't get it
46,
still.
46 to 67 Martian days, which is called sols. SOLS. That would be according to 30-degree increments. So it's defined a little bit differently. That would be a month. 46
and
to
a
67.
A year, we go around the sun in 365 days. It takes Mars about twice as long. So that'll give you an idea of the year, and give you an idea of something.
All right, climbing Olympus Mons, the tallest planetary mountain in the solar system.
There's probably a lot of AI. I'm not, because it's probably not a lot of real
Olympus Mons on
shit out
Mars
there.
is by far the tallest mountain in the solar system. Now, it is a volcano, but it also fits the definition
Oh,
of a
that's
mountain
probably
as
real.
well. Olympus Mons is
Thank you, Ahimsa. Thank you very much for the birthday love. I appreciate you. I have such awesome friends. I love you guys. Thank you.
21 kilometers tall. To get an idea of how actually tall that is, we should look at Mount Everest on planet Earth with 8,800 meters in height. Olympus Mons is almost 2.5 times taller, and Olympus Mons is not just extremely tall. It also has a gigantic surface area. It is comparable to countries
Perfect place
such
to
as
build.
France. The diameter of Olympus Mons is around 600 kilometers at its longest. You can see here how big Olympus Mons would look like from space if it were on Earth. As you can see, it would be very much visible from space. So, over time, during eruptions, that lava that was spewed just piled on and on onto the surface, creating
Hold
Olympus
on.
Mons.
Well,
It's
no,
not
again, it would be different because my brain immediately goes to why would God put us on a fucking volcano?
Right. It's not.
Well, it's
active.
been
They
dead
believe-
forever. It would have
they
been dead
believe-
forever. The water and that shit would have been dead forever on Mars. You would have
They
been
believe
water
it was
too.
active. They don't know. They're just guessing. that it was
It
at.
looks like a good guess, though, right? From what we know, and water, we see water
During the
eroded shit.
planet's formation, maybe, but then who was forming the planet?
Right.
I'm saying, Beth, do you have a problem believing that that's volcano would have been active many hundreds of thousands, if not a million years ago or something? The last time that thing saw some action. It's not like it's dangerous
Sure,
now.
but I think the problem is that like I have to work it out in my own brain because I'm also used to being on a planet that where we have tectonic plates that are always moving, causing earthquakes and volcanic
I
eruptions
assume that would be the
and
highest
tsunamis.
place, the most stable, the most far distance to view. If I were gonna build, I had to urge
There's
that.
not a stitch of water on
I'd
it.
have had to build on top of that bitch.
For real.
So then let's go to Mars and see
King
what
of the
climbing
mountain.
this big mountain would
Right?
be like. First step that we would need to take in order to get to climb this volcano would be obviously getting there. Now, despite the fact that Mars is in our solar system, that still doesn't mean that Mars is close. In fact, light, which is the fastest speed in the universe, needs on average 12 minutes to reach Mars. Now, what that also means is that people who operate rovers on Mars need to wait for 12 minutes on average in order for a rover there to respond to their command. So it's safe to say that Mars is not close to Earth, despite being in our solar system. Spacecrafts that carry rovers to Mars need on average about 7 months to reach Mars, going at the speed which is many times faster than a shot bullet. So unless you have some new technology that allows you to reach new speeds, your journey to Mars will take you many months. As you would approach Mars, while looking at the surface area from space, it would be almost impossible to miss Olympus Mons. It would be clearly visible even from thousands of kilometers away. It would appear as a huge mark sticking out from the rest of the surface. If you wanted to climb it, you would have to land near the edge, obviously. But there are not many accessible trails to the top, as the rest of the volcano has a very pronounced edge surrounding the surface, and that edge is way too steep. It would be nearly impossible to climb the mountain from these sides, as these huge cliffs are around 8 kilometers tall, meaning these cliffs are about as tall as Mount Everest.
It looks like leaf imprints.
So the best path to take would be this one. It is the shortest path available at approximately 200 kilometers in length. And during the climb, you would be able to see different terrains. The whole slope averages around 5 degrees. Precisely this is how steep the path is on average. The slope is almost flat. So how long would it take you to climb the mountain from this point? On Mars, you probably would be able to achieve 8 kilometers per hour. That is if you walked a little bit faster. If each day on Olympus Mons you walked for 13 hours in total, you would need roughly 2 days to reach the peak. Meaning in a single day, you would be able to cover half the distance needed.
I have a question.
Commercial.
You can ask me anything.
It's a baby.
There it is.
To cover the first half of the distance in the first day, you definitely would need to have a navigational system, which would precisely tell you in which direction to walk in. Since the peak wouldn't be visible from your point of view, you wouldn't be able to tell whether or not you are getting close to it with your eyes alone.
That's right. It's
So
so
without
big,
a
the
navigational
curvature
system,
would
you would
come
very
into play.
likely go off the trail. I am also assuming that since you are going to land here with your spaceship, you also have the technology needed to satisfy your need for food and water.
Yeah.
So then let's go and land on this point.
It's about what we was talking
You
about.
descend from space onto the surface. As you do that, you would be able to see rugged Olympus Mons in all its glory. Now you landed near the edge. As soon as you would take a step onto the Martian surface, you would notice just how very light
Hey,
you would
look at those
It looks like
footprints.
a woman's silhouette.
Look at those footprints. Just saying.
It looks like
The surface
boobies.
gravity on
We're being lied
Mars is
to.
around
Look at all
2.5
of them.
times lower than the surface gravity of Earth, meaning you would feel 2.5 times lighter, which is a good thing considering that you would be covering a 200-kilometer long path.
Huh.
Also,
and
if
got to
you tried to
carry all
jump,
that
you
shit.
would see that you would be able to jump significantly higher.
Okay.
If you
On that note,
Here we
Clay.
go. Finally.
Clay.
Yeah.
So considering that, right, the fact that humans themselves would, feel 2.5 times lighter or be 2.5 times lighter, so to speak, what do you think our physical existence looks like in this idea with the final
Yeah, does it change us?
me. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm not entirely sure. Because ultimately, as I mentioned before, human beings will still be on the earth. Rather, there will be servants there. And again, the kings will be the ones bringing the leaves to the earth for the healing. So the misconception here is that all of a sudden we've got a colony. I think that that's really it. I believe that people are seeing what I'm saying and going, oh, so now there's a colony there that I can go to. But that is not what it says. It doesn't say then in the last days and Jesus will, bring, all the peace and blah, blah, blah. And then all of a sudden now we've got a colony that's called New Jerusalem. It just describes the city and then describes essentially a habitat.
Right. So we wouldn't need a colony because it doesn't look like we build it in the scenario that you're describing. So the colony shit would never come into play.
I'm curious who or what the servants are.
Yeah, I was going to ask that as well. Like, are we talking celestial beings at this point?
or
humans,
naughty
I think
humans?
he said humans.
Well,
yeah, or not the naughty humans.
It doesn't actually say.
Well, biblically speaking, servants of God, that's a glorified position.
Very good. Very good. It would be an honor. Yes, very good. Yeah.
Or so it said.
That's what I'm simply saying. What it says. It says
that's what I was meaning.
That's a glorified position to be. Worship is not like a chore in Scripture. It's an honor.
Yeah.
It's a joyful thing.
It is.
So
yeah, you're supposed to feel good about doing good for your, other man, so to speak.
Yeah.
For your God.
Oh, Mass is so good to us. The good book tells us Master loves us.
You know better than that with me. Come on now.
I was gonna ask. I was trying to ask you.
I'm
before,
hearing what we're talking about.
Here's the section that I have on this. Okay, the atmospheric anchor. That's what it's referred to.
Okay. Of Mars or Earth?
Most critical detail of Mars is its thin atmosphere and lack of global magnetic field, which leaves the land exposed to cosmic radiation. The argument would be that at 1,400 miles, the city towers above the Martian death zone. It functions as an artificial ionosphere. That includes all of the foundation gemstones, because with the gemstones, you're talking about actually creating the creation of an atmosphere. At 1,400 miles, by reaching deep into the exosphere, the clear gold structure that's created by this creates its own magnetosphere. This protects that section from solar winds. The 1,400-mile measurement is paramount because it provides a vertical buffer needed to trap a breathable Edenic atmosphere against the Martian vacuum. Okay. The Jasper Wall, which is the Martian regolith, the Martian soil is toxic, containing high levels of perchlorates, which is salts, and abrasive iron oxide dust. The wall is 144 cubits and made of jasper. The argument would be the wall acts as a geological seal at the base of the volcano. the mechanism that 144 cubits is the perfect quote unquote human scale barrier to prevent the toxic Martian dust from blowing into the city's gardens. Jasper is chemically inert and harder than the Martian rust. It creates a sterile perimeter, ensuring that the tree of life and the river of life remain pure and untainted by the curse of the red dust. Mars also has no tectonic plates, meaning it's one plate, which allows for massive growth of volcanoes like Olympus Mons, but it lacks geological recycling like the Earth. In other words, it's not going to blow its top. And so you've got the 12 foundations. That's the stones. That's the precious stones.
Question. Are you saying 1 in cubics and you saying 1 in miles?
Correct. Yeah, the 144 cubits is in reference to the wall. The wall is considerably shorter. It is not 1,400 miles high. Cubits are small measurements. Closer to
miles. That's another one. The Bible wouldn't have said miles. Where are you getting this measurement from?
That would be the angel's reed.
What they call it? The angel's reed?
I think it's the reed. Yeah.
And why do you think it's a mile long? Is he talking? Did I lose sound? Yes, I lost sound. I can't hear you, man.
Nope, you still got us. No one's saying anything. We must have lost him.
Sorry.
Okay,
it was me. Right. I was muted. I accidentally muted myself. So the reed is not a mile, but the reed is a measurement, and all of the scholars have come to the agreement that the distance, when you take the measurement of that reed and then measure it out, it comes out to what would be considered 300 or 1,300. Excuse me. Yeah, 1,380 miles, which they estimated at 1,400. I know that, but that's the estimation. Yeah, so it's the measurement that all the scholars agree on. That the reed is not a mile, but rather that the measurements come out to that 1,380 mile.
I gotta know, man. I'm that dude. I gotta know where they get that from. Where can I find that? You say Revelation?
Revelation, yes, sir.
You know, no chance. You know chapter and verses. I mean,
I can find it.
Yeah. I don't know how they're measuring this. They would have had to have something we can relate to. They would have had to say
it would have been Revelation 21:16.
Revelation 21:16.
Correct. So yeah, Revelation 21 is so in the back of Revelation is where you find all of this stuff about New Jerusalem.
To be 12,000 stadia. So stadia is what they probably use as a measurement.
Correct. Yes. Yeah, and all of the biblical scholars will take that measurement and then basically translate it to 1,380 miles. They say 1,400 typically because it's an estimate.
So, what is your position when it comes to aliens and all of this?
Good one.
That one I am undecided. I am undecided on the aliens. I believe that if he created aliens or beings from other planets, that would be the most accurate description of what we're talking about when we're saying aliens. I would say that in that case, if he meant for us to know about them, then he would have shown them to be here. So maybe it's true that they are there, but I also don't believe he intends for us to know.
You, Joe?
Or at least not quite yet.
Thanks. Sorry.
Well, what if the aliens are the gods?
That's what I thought he was going to go with it when she
I
asked
think
the question and I fell off.
I think the idea when it comes down to aliens, we're talking more about the Nephilim. That's going to tie more into, I personally believe, Nephilim's and the whole demonic side of things, because God, it's like anytime that like there's good forces like the angels that interact with someone throughout the Bible, the first thing they say is don't be afraid. Meanwhile, you have the demonic forces which come out of the Nephilim situation, where that is their intention, is to strike fear into you. And when you hear people talk about being abducted by aliens and shit, and like the things that aliens did to them, it's always something terrifying.
I like your angle here.
Always terrifying. Plus, it also goes back to what were the Watchers doing? They were doing genetic experiments. And
so does that mean that
lines.
if the Nephilim were aliens that came and interacted, that means that the angels were also aliens?
I think the angels would have been perceived as aliens. However, I think that
unlike the Nephilim,
I think they would have been perceived as aliens, right? And therefore, because it's something that clearly strikes fear, like every time, like I said, every time we have an angel interaction, the first thing they always say is, don't be afraid, calm down, it's okay. So therefore, there's something that's terrifying about them. And if demonic forces intend to scare us, why not recreate something that scares us every time? Angels can change how they present themselves, which means the Watchers can do the same, and the Nephilim, being their offspring, which are now demonic entities, can show us whatever they want us to see. This is why when you start looking at ancient Rome and Greece and Egypt, you get these weird, crazy, far out there. They call them gods because they have these abilities that we as mankind don't have. So therefore,
what are you talking about? You're not talking about the pharaohs and stuff like that. What are you? It's mythos and stuff like that.
The actual gods themselves. So, what do you call shit?
I wonder, you talking about like the Egyptians themselves calling themselves
Thoth,
gods, the gods Thoth and all of them. Okay, yeah.
Thoth, Ra, all of them. They would be perceived, though they're called gods, but I think that they were simply the Watchers and are. Lindsay, sweetheart, can you just flash me a camera? And I'll put you back up when you turn it off if you want. So they are
perceived as gods,
and they're perceived as gods because they have abilities that we don't. Okay, hang on a second. Is that you, Lindsay?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, great. Sorry, I'm sorry. It's security checks. You know how.
It's okay. I'm right here.
I love you.
Gotta get carded at the door.
Yep. This is the ID check.
They would have been living amongst us, or able to meet with the women and walk amongst us, the Nephilim. So to some degree, it seems like they would have looked up like us, but they would have been something that stood out about them. Not so much physically, probably mental giants as well. That these people who are kings in their own world looked up to them.
These were the
If I may.
superheroes.
Hi, Lindsay. And also, I'm getting in the shower, but I'm still listening. Just don't expect fast response.
Hold on, cam up for you.
Hey.
So yeah, these would have been essentially like superheroes, right? Thor and all of them. You end up with two different classes. You have the Watchers, which are angels. So therefore, they have all kinds of abilities that we don't have, including the ability to present to us how, if they want to look like your great grandma to not make you scared, because the actual biblical description of angels is terrifying. The biblical, they're fucking terrifying, dude. They've got like, they don't just have two pretty wings. No, they're fucking these. Like,
if y'all fans of the movies, there was X-Men with the younger generation had met them, and they were recruiting.
Yeah.
And the bad guys, one of them was named Azazel. I think he was one of the ones, the angels that got punished, and the 12 Watchers or whatever you call it.
Yeah,
one of the Watchers, and his power was to zap from one place to another, disappear here and reappear there. which is kind of what angels do. They leave one place and go to another.
So you guys are really actually touching on the most important portion of the idea behind the city being placed specifically.
You talking about Nightcrawler?
No, Azazel, but it's Nightcrawler has to
Yes.
see where he's going. Azazel doesn't.
Specifically where I'm saying it would go. So essentially, by this is called the Battle of the Gods. The New Jerusalem, on that specific place, it's a victory, right? So the geological aspect of it, it sent essentially 1,400 miles of gold. You know, the atmosphere placement of this city is sitting now on top of where the old gods would have sat. It replaces the blood of war with the river of life. Shit. The blood of war, which would have come from Ares, Mars, Horus, the gods of war, it now will be replaced with the river of life. The Battle of Gods is the entire point because it shows that the new Earth, which we know again is Mars now, if you're following me on this point, had to be conquered and occupied to ensure that the old Earth could finally be healed. So if you look at that, right, and you look at the Mars argument, everything about that argument, it even puts the 12 apostles, because the 12 apostles are actually named as the foundation of the city, as having victory over these gods as well. And it's all because of the true God. So all in all, I mean, you look at land, like the permanent title deed, right? The permanent title deed is that foundation. When you name a thing, and it's not in your authority to do so because it's God's authority, you can be rest assured that it is God who will make that happen to where you don't have that authority anymore. And that is really what it's all about. In my opinion, that is the main crux of the argument, is that all of these gods of the past, these superheroes of the past, to say they come from Mars or whatever planets or anything like that, the idea there is to crush any of that ideology, any of that idol worship.
What is he?
Okay, what's he doing?
What is he doing?
He in the shower?
Read the chat.
I was trying not to laugh.
Oh.
Oh my God.
What the hell?
You're so gay.
Scrub it good. Scrub it good. Marte showed you the right way to do it. Don't forget.
Get your music going.
That's so fucked up. Huh?
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
What are we gonna do with him, man?
Everybody's gonna be making a special Margay request on somebody later.
And I actually looked into as well as how this would affect appearance from the Earth. So you could, if this city was there, you could actually see a significant difference in the sky. It would actually appear as a star. It would actually appear as the bright and morning star. This is
why do you assume that? If it's, I'm guessing you're making it out of like something shiny material and you have it reflecting.
Correct. That is exactly what it
Well,
does.
the light emanating from it, that's how it would appear to the human eye. That's
exactly right. Yes, that is exactly right. The
See, I'm not a dummy. I know some stuff.
Yeah. Well, I mean, consider this. You can see Mars from the Earth with the naked eye.
When you're looking at in the sky at night, the brightest star you see is probably Mars. That'll give you an idea how much you can see.
Well, we just did a show about the 6 planets, or the
planetary
alignment
parade
thing.
of planets, right?
Yep, parade of planets.
I got an erection at that time. That's what happened. All right, I remember.
How did I miss that?
It just tugged on my Johnson, and then when they broke back up, it Went
We're
back
talking.
down.
Did you just say you got an erection?
Yeah, the 6 planets tugged at my Johnson, and then as they passed, it fell back down. Yeah, when they lined up, it was
Are
crazy.
you sure it wasn't 10th man in the shower?
He had a penile alignment.
10th man Joe is going to give you a call here in a little bit.
It was just 10th man in Uranus. It was just those.
Hey, Jesus.
It's the only planet.
But what happens to the other planets at that point?
I don't believe they go anywhere. I don't believe that Mars is going to go anywhere. I don't believe that Earth is going to go anywhere. I just believe that it is very simple. It's just that the city is going to be there. The kings will be basically delivering the.
Another question for you.
Hang on,
Did-
Naheem does talk to me.
Hey, I heard Joe talking about Uranus, and I
Talk about 10th man Janus.
That he's scrubbing in the shower right now.
Are there
Poor
rings around
Clay.
Uranus?
How many rings are around Uranus?
Clay is trying to be
no, bro.
serious.
I'm trying to remember. Did in your head, did closeness of Mars have anything to do with it? I see visually, at least a
Yes.
piece. Okay.
Yes, I actually. So when I actually started this study on this one, so I already believed in the Bible, all that stuff. I studied. I said, okay, this is what I like. The history makes sense. Everything's lining up. And I said, okay, well then, what's the future hold, right? And I noticed that it said it's not for us to know when, but it does tell us why and how and things like that. And so the first thing I looked for was, said, well, that's a big city. Like that's 1,400 miles. Are you serious? I said, okay, well, what's the biggest mountain? And then it said, well, the biggest mountain in the universe is only, it's only like 400 miles wide, which is Olympus Mons. And I said, well, what's the exact measurement? Because 400 is pretty close to 1,400. It said 1,380. And I said, oh, okay. Well, it said 380. And I said, oh, wait a minute. No, if I remember correctly, 1,380 is the actual measurement of the city. That's too weird. And then I considered the Battle of the Gods factor. That shit blew my mind. And then I considered the closeness of it. That was like the third or fourth thing I considered. Like the proximity is a primary factor. Then I said, okay, well, the funny thing about it is water doesn't really have the ability to flow on Mars. So that kind of serves the purpose of, it being considered dirt. That's what Earth is, dirt. It's like, okay, well, that kind of lines up. And then, all of these mitigating factors kind of made sense to me. But what I did, and this is why I believe it, is I said, okay, are there any contradictions? And so I went back, and I mean scriptural contradictions. And I went back and I found absolutely no contradictions scripturally with this layout. Zero, none, zilch. I have found literally no contradictions in the layout of the city being placed on that planet. And then on top of that, as I delved further, I said, okay, well, with this layout, is it possible to lay it out? Or is it possible for it to be laid out? And then are humans going to be able to survive in that? Like, I see that you're going to put a wall up that's 144 cubits. Yeah, that's actually a perfect reason why you would, put the wall up so that, you block all the winds and the radiation or radiated sand winds and all of that. And then on top of that, you have this foundation that's made of specific stones that create a geological formation that promotes an atmosphere, the ability to grow things. And on top of that, with this geological atmosphere in that particular place, the river that it describes flowing down, it's as if it floats almost. Mars has a smaller gravity, which means it doesn't flow the same as on Earth. It actually has a slower flow. So it would actually pressurize the system even more so. everything points to it to me, and I have found no contradictions.
So
Nah,
there is one problem with it. Okay.
Go ahead.
Enoch 1, while it doesn't explicitly identify who names the planets, it describes them as the wandering stars that, quote, transgressed the commandments of God, and were subsequently punished. This plays really heavily into the story of the Watchers and whatnot, and then it's even more further corroborated by the fact that we have the Babylonians, the Greeks, the Romans, all naming them after their gods, which all line up perfectly with the Watcher story. So let's say that, or do you see any problem with the non-canonical texts like Enoch appointing the planets as being prisons for the Watchers?
I don't see a problem with it.
You don't
You
see
could
any
be
problem with
totally
that?
be a planet somewhere. Yeah.
Yep. No, neither do I. I actually got this information from reading the canon. I didn't actually get this information from reading non-canonical, but assuming that non-canonical is fine, I still don't see a problem with it, because with this quote unquote prison, that doesn't negate the ability to put the city there and then have, and actually, if you really consider it, it might actually be even more reason to put the city there and then have not humans living there, but having servants in the city, and then having kings deliver the leaves back to the earth, as it says.
Wait. But everything points to God walking among us. As it was in the beginning, so shall it be in the end. Eden is recreated and God walks with his people. God is with his people at all times. So therefore, there's your problem, because it's not like we can be in his presence at any time if it's on Mars.
It's our souls that go back to him in heaven.
That I agree.
I think it'd be explained as simply as that.
But
our human bodies can't handle that.
So here's
So when we die, our souls then go back to
I do agree with
they
that,
belong to him.
But
I'm throwing 2D
Beth
shit
is-
around in my
Beth
head.
is going to the. Yeah, I agree with that, and even
I'm
that works
just
in the
breaking
physical
it
realm.
simple down.
Very good. Yeah, I agree with that. That our spirits, if we died, but if we're not dying, in Beth's context, then we would still be with him. And here's the thing about that. Okay, so Mars, or that new Earth, is still there. That planet does pass by. It does actually shine brightly upon the Earth when that city glares onto the Earth. That it doesn't leave. It's there.
But
it's a continual
again,
reminder.
But again, God can't walk among his people if he is on Mars
In our human forms.
Well, here's an
well, I
interesting
think
thing.
our forms are going to change. I think our forms are going to change back to as
Well,
we were
the
created
lamb-
in the beginning.
the
The
lamb
flesh
sits-
is the flesh is a direct consequence of the fall. This is not what
Right, the
Adam
lamb.
and Eve were originally made in.
The Lamb sits on the throne in the city. The Lamb
well,
is not
But it
God.
says
Are we trying to take it too literally that we were created in his image, in our this meat suit form? Is that the creation in his image, or is it our soul that is in fact created in his image?
again,
And
like
we
I
just
said,
live
the
this
meat
way
sack,
as
the
many
flesh,
times as he allows us.
there was a distinct change that happens to humans due to the fall, because in our original form we could be in God's presence. You see, like after the fall, it's like it changes where now God can't walk with them, and even Cain was able to talk to God, and God was able to mark Cain. But then by the time we get to Moses, just seeing God's shadow pass by, like he comes back down from the mountain and his hair is gone completely white, and he's got cataracts on his eyes.
Why
Just
Lindsay
from the
leave?
shadow, God's mere presence would fucking cause our heads to explode and our bodies to explode, and that would be the end of us.
Right,
Because
so-
we can't handle it in this form.
Now
So
I'm
it's-
just
came to say happy birthday.
what all I'm saying is
Thank
I'm
you,
going by what
I
all
love
I've
you.
heard from
Love you
everybody.
too.
Just
Take care.
put my
Bye.
little
She
2 cents
played
in.
piano for me last night. She
Yeah.
played happy birthday on her piano for me last night after my son brought me
Nice.
flowers.
Fantastic.
Hey,
That's
check
beautiful.
this out. My son brought me these.
I can't do
That's
it now.
awesome.
Too much pressure. Sorry.
Oh, it's okay. I
So
love
I
it.
just hope you have a happy birthday. And
Just-
enjoy-
Just to be clear, Beth, I do not believe that Jesus is God.
I don't either.
Me
Very
neither.
good. Yeah. So
Okay, can
if
I
it
say
is-
something?
How could Jesus be the way to himself?
So if it is the case that Jesus is sitting on the throne in the new city because he is the Lamb, that's a direct reference
Correct.
to Jesus. It wouldn't be Jesus sitting in the city. I mean, it wouldn't be God sitting in the city.
It
But
would
then
be
the people
Lamb.
could walk with God here on the earth because God would be able to come and go as he pleases, as it was, in the beginning.
So, do you think that God is going to interfere and prevent us from traveling in space?
That one I don't know. That's a really good question. I don't believe that he does intend to interfere with our desire to explore. Now, if it is our desire to explore into space, he might even assist with that. But the planet Mars has a specific purpose. So
Yeah,
he
they're
wouldn't
gonna build a
wouldn't
dome
allow
over
us-
top of that big volcano.
Sorry, go ahead.
They're gonna build a dome over the big volcano. That'll be the prison because you won't be able to get out because it's not normal atmosphere and all that poisonous crap outside. Okay. And it'll reflect when the sun hits it at a certain angle and we'll be able to see it from Earth.
We're going to have a prison planet.
Yeah.
Just a heads up, we're going to shut down in about 20 minutes. In about 30 minutes, 35 minutes from now, Dusty will be going on. So,
Oh, and
very cool.
And the river of life, right? Okay, think about it. When a volcano, right, erupts and then it's done erupting, then what happens? It's got a lava river, right? Okay, well, on that lava river, eventually life will begin to grow again.
Well, y'all know that whenever we start putting prisons on planets, on other planets, that's where we start getting into like alien territory. I mean, for real.
well,
Yeah.
there's, like I said, so when it comes down to like for
talking
real
about-
aliens, okay, for real aliens,
That's what I'm talking about the movies. That's what kicked it off. Started
There's
going to
a-
different planets, exploring these places, and you start kicking up shit that you
There's
shouldn't.
several bacteria that you can make an excellent case for them being actually alien life. I mean, number one, bacteria is alive, right? And I remember they did an experiment where they took a rock and they swabbed it with a bunch of bacteria. One of them was E. coli, and they went up to the space station and they took it out of the bag that it was in and duct taped it to the outside and left it there for a year in space, completely, just out there hanging out in space. Then they went out, put it back in a bag, brought it back down to Earth. And when they looked at it in the laboratory, it was like 33 times stronger than it was when they sent it up there. So
No wonder why we
therefore,
got some shit going around the earth right now.
the Black Plague.
bringing that shit
You,
back from
you can
space.
see right before the Black Plague hits, there's an asteroid that comes into our atmosphere and actually hits in the mountains in northern Europe. And then 6 months later, the Black Plague is all over Europe and wiping out people like crazy. There's an excellent argument that some of this bacteria, especially because it didn't die in space, it thrived in space. you could make a great argument that it's technically alien life form.
I mean, this is a man playing God when he starts doing shit like this, and that's a no-no.
What were you going to say, Clay?
So actually, I kind of wanted to touch on that, the organic part, because this is actually even more so another crux of this argument, the pearls. So the pearls are gates. And the reason that the pearls are so significant is that they signify that there is a healing. So pearls contain organic matter, right? This is one of the fascinating things about pearls, but in their position where they are, like if a pearl sits on the planet and it, is able to quote unquote survive, then we don't question it. But if a pearl sits on a planet like out in the middle of the solar system that we call the dead planet, but they don't decay into nothing, it would signify that it's clear and evident that there is a healing going on. They would die if they were not.
I ain't getting prawn bombed.
Good enough. I was going to hit you with it. Actually, I'm going to hit you with it anyway, but
I like the prawn bomb.
Sasquatch, you the right guy for this conversation.
Oh, what I miss?
He was just talking about pearls decaying, which means you probably popped in at the right time.
He's got an excellent theory as to why Mars is going to be where the New Jerusalem is.
Absolutely.
I'm finding it absolutely fascinating.
He said,
Anyone who
here we
lives
go.
on Mars,
Gentlemen,
Let's go. We have
have
to have
at it,
it tonight.
gentlemen. Here, tell you what.
anyone who
We'll
moves
all go to the
Mars is
basement
stuck
and
there
you guys
for the
can
rest of
chit chat.
eternity.
So
Once
the
you-
Earth does not disappear. We human beings would still live on the planet, but rather that new city would simply be a structure where the tree of life would grow. The leaves would be delivered by the kings, and that's it. It's a place for growing. It's
On
a place
Mars?
it's a canopy. It's a greenhouse.
What do you know about Mars?
So Mars is. I just went through this whole thing.
Okay, hold on. Let's. All right,
I know about Mars.
You say you know about Mars. Okay.
Yeah.
So Mars has what? 1/6 Earth. Three.
About a third. About a third.
A third. Right. The Moon is 1/6. So Mars is a third.
Gravity.
Third of Earth's gravity. 2/3 Earth gravity. My bad.
There you go.
That's not enough for us, bro. It's not going to work.
Yeah, and that's why. So essentially, it's
You
not
know
for human
why
beings.
it doesn't work.
It's not for human beings.
We can go there and live there, and we can reproduce, and they can live there. But anyone who reproduces on Mars, not only are the people that are there for more than, say, a year and a half, 2 years, stuck there forever, but the people born and living there can never leave because their internal viscera won't be strong enough to actually survive escape velocity from Mars. It's a death trap. It is the dead end of our species. If we colonize that place and sink, as horrible and absolute
It's not
fucking
for us to
hellscape that Venus is a much more likely candidate for habitation.
Venus would never work though because of the atmosphere, though.
The atmosphere could be a benefit. Consider this. We don't have to live on the surface. Venus has enough gravity that we can actually live in extremely low Earth orbit.
The thermal atmosphere would absolutely burn.
Think
us
about
up.
it.
Nothing would survive there.
Not on
It
the
would
surface.
liquefy.
Not on the surface, right? On the surface, you are correct. But I'm talking about
in
the
the
fact that the cloud cover is so freaking dense. The atmosphere is so dense that you could build an inflated beach ball and throw some people in it, and they can survive provided they don't sink too far down to the heat. And you'll be above most of the cloud cover and have access to all of the free energy from solar that you want, and it'll function 22% more effective because it's that much closer to the sun. And
Yeah. So I have a bunch of ands as well. And all of my ands are that it's not for us to play God, essentially.
you want to go to Mars, but Venus is off the table.
No, I'm not saying I want to go to Mars. I'm saying that's
That's where the new temple is, right? That's where, what would you call
what
it?
I said, yeah. That's what I said.
The new temple's in Mars.
Not temple, city. New Jerusalem.
New Jerusalem.
New Jerusalem. The city. In Revelation.
On Mars.
Yeah, the one that's got the foundation.
Sorry, hold on.
That. Yeah, not a temple, not a city that we've built.
Baby girl. Honey.
Yes, ma'am. What do you want? What do you want, little lady?
I've had this conversation with you once before. Have you ever read Stranger to Strangeland?
Oh my gosh.
It's about this man from Mars, and he starts a new religion, and very similar to kind of what you're talking about sort of goes down.
Not really.
It's
no.
written by a Mormon, but you can overlook
really.
that.
Not by no. Look, everything that's in the scriptures, that's typical Christianity stuff, I agree with. I'm not about that other craziness that you're talking about.
No, this is a fictional book. It's a totally fictional book. It's an entertain. It's really thin. It's not even that long, but it does deal with a lot of really deep conceptual thoughts. Like, do you realize that the AI Grok is derived from this book? The name of the AI
I have no idea. I have no
means
idea.
to understand in
stuff that I don't
fullness.
know about, probably.
Sure, but I'm just saying it's more
But I'm
influential.
probably also
than-
talking about a bunch of stuff that you probably don't know about.
I don't know. I read a lot, bro.
So if you've read
lot.
the 66 canon, then you know that in the book of Revelation, a city is described called New Jerusalem, and it would be placed on a new earth. What is earth? What is earth? Like, you can give both definitions if you want.
I'll accept your definition at this moment. I'm listening to find out where we're going exactly. Go ahead.
Okay, so the planet that we live on is Earth, but then also dirt is called Earth, correct? Yeah. In the colloquial sense, we all believe that we live on a planet called Earth, but we also call the dirt Earth. So why is it that this planet, this other planet, Mars, is called Mars and not Earth?
Other dirt.
It's called other dirt. Correct. Yeah, it's more dirt. That's all it is. That's what it's always been about. Stuff, material. Right. Everything is about material. Everything, the war that we see going on over in Iran right now, it's all about material gain. It's always been about, except for that there is one other thing, and that is the battle of the gods. Whose God is more important?
Hold up. If you are admitting to a battle of the gods, then you admit to more than one God, sir, and that is blasphemous. Go to hell.
So cry me a river.
Yep.
Cry me
Right.
the river of life.
World's smallest violin.
But in this scenario, the battle of the gods, which is described in the scriptures, there is only one true God, and that is why the only one that wins in the end is the one true God. Correct? That's why he's called one true God.
If there's a battle,
It's a battle
feel
of
like
ideas.
there's a problem already. Because
Yeah.
why would that battle be necessary unless there is a question? That is the
Because
only reason
people
disagree.
are stupid. Because people are stupid. And
So
they
it's all
choose
our
idol
fault.
worship.
The whole downfall of the entire.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, actually, technically, we all blame
Wait
it
a
on
second.
Adam.
Hold on.
We all blame it
Yeah,
on Adam.
You know I'm agnostic, right?
Yeah, I do know that.
I find it absolutely amazing that you believe you matter enough to cause the crumbling of heaven and earth.
I don't know what that means.
I'm just saying, God himself, the creator of all the universe and everything, is going to slow down and have a battle against good and evil and on one small part of what the fuck he created, right over here.
No.
Earth, dirt over here.
No, he
He's
wouldn't
going
have
to
a
pay
battle
attention
against
to it
good and
because
evil.
people are stupid.
No, that's a misconception as well. So he created everything, good and evil.
Sure.
Just
Exactly.
because
That's
there are,
the point.
just because we've named things doesn't mean that is good or bad. Like,
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
yeah,
My point
It's
is
just not
there
our
are
place.
there
It's
are
just not our
oppositions, correct? There are oppositional positions. There are
No.
two armies
No.
fighting. There are
No,
two
it's authority.
enemies and whatnot.
It's about authority. It's not opposition. It's about authority.
Well, I'll say, well, what we got to do is get over here and get these tides going. Somebody send me about maybe $25.
It's that's right. That's
Oh
right.
no. See, it's my birthday. I get the shot. Fuck you, Scotch.
See, and God said it was good.
I want the pennies in your penny loafers. I want the change from behind your couch. I want you to turn in that pizza box and get
Come
there.
on, baby. Send it to me.
Donate, fam.
Yeah, right. Griftology is grifting.
Not donate. No, it's just it. Look, this is my belief. This is my belief structure. I base it on the scriptures, but I also base it on facts. I don't go outside of the facts. I don't go outside of what's possible in the physical realm. I don't go outside of what's physically
that's
possible.
where I want to hold you up right there. Mars.
Very good.
If you go to Mars, right? Let's say hypothetically we can teleport, right? We're going to invent teleportation. Me and you right now just invented Bam, there it is. Now we got this little it looks like a freaking player. You can step on it and you can teleport to a place in Mars where it's safe and you're not going to immediately die. We can build something. It's like Ark. You ever played Ark?
No.
Okay, that's
But I know what teleporting is.
Sure, but Minecraft. You ever played Minecraft at all?
I tried it once and I was like, no.
Well, I'm just saying now we have to craft all of our gear and live on Mars.
Fortnite.
Okay, so if we can teleport there and we can teleport back, then we can shift people in and out fast enough that we can keep them strong enough to survive on Earth. But there's this pesky little thing called distance and gravity. And the act of going there is going to be very stressful on the people who go and take a very long time. When they get there, they're going to be subjected to very low gravitational fields that are going to cause utter havoc to the different connective tissues in their body. These people are actually going to start growing tall.
Do you know the purpose of the city? Because everything has a purpose
Mars?
in God's plan, right? Everything's supposed to.
How complete is Mars, man? Can we just skip off of Mars and talk about the city? We can do
because
that.
what I'm doing is pointing to that place because I'm saying that that's where it will be. I'm not saying that I know when. I'm not saying that I know exactly how. Some things that I do know, but then according to the scriptures, but then I'm not saying when. And that's the thing is like, and then also like there's a purpose. So if there's a purpose in the scripture for it, do you know that purpose?
I suppose not. What is the purpose you believe it has?
So what the scriptures say is that the kings will bring the kings of the earth will bring from the city leaves to heal the nations. And that would be that there would be no death, no pain, no more, that sort of thing. That's actually the purpose. Like, it's not just like it physically for us. Like, it's also the throne room of the Lamb. It's also there are going to be quote unquote servants there, but that doesn't mean that the earth disappears. If the nations are here on the earth, where are the kings going to bring the leaves to? They would bring them to the earth.
I get what you're saying. This is like a second Garden of Eden kind of concept, except instead of the fruit of good and evil, we've got the fruit of health and prosperity.
Yeah,
the leaves
like,
of health
like
and prosperity.
alchemy. Yeah, like alchemy medicine in the back in.
Oh my God! Why did you have to say alchemy? No, get some other people out here. I need help. My brain's starting to be ironed out.
We're coming.
You get the idea.
You look.
I said it was marijuana was the tree of life, so that's my opinion.
And Sasquatch, I don't think he was talking about ideas and stuff. He was talking about literal leaves.
Yes, I get that. I get that.
I accidentally left my own studio.
And
Sorry,
yes, you could export things from Mars. But my point is that a colony that is set up on Mars and exists on Mars will exist nowhere else. It will not expand out into the fucking galaxy. We're going nowhere from that place.
Sasquatch, you almost said Fruit of the Loom. You're dumb.
Yeah, no, and that's exactly right, Sasquatch. What I'm telling people is that in the scriptures, if that's what you believe, guess what? You also believe that there's this city that's going to be there on what would be called New Earth. We call it Mars now, but it's the battle of the gods. So that's New Jerusalem's going to be crushing Olympus Mons.
Are you sure it's not on this earth? Because, you know, after Revelation, all things washed away. Earth is made a new earth.
No,
you sure it ain't just that?
No, and that's the size, the absolute size proposition, because 1,400 miles wide by 1,400 miles wide by 1,400 miles in height is the size of the city.
If
That
you can do it
is
on Mars, you can do it here. What's the
That is
distinction?
half the continental U.S.
The U.S. would not even be here anymore. We're talking about the end of Earth has come. God came back.
But
It's over. Now
we're
it's
going by
made
scripture.
anew.
No, we're going by
Let's look at this from an engineering perspective.
Earth does not
Australia would work well, and it's kind of like Mars.
Where?
Australia would be about the right size for that.
Australia
We
is
put
real,
them through enough. It's time to
Trump,
make them
Trump
whole.
gonna take it next, yo. If you see
Talk
Trump
about
trying to get
child
Australia,
fire.
you know what,
I
folks?
was thinking about Haiti, Joe. Why doesn't Trump get Haiti? Dude, like, I don't think there'd be a big fight about it. Nobody's mentioned it. Haiti.
What of Australia
Okay.
can
Like
you
they ain't
see
seen
from,
nothing happen.
what of
What?
Australia can you see from Europe?
Some of those third stars.
Cannot see it, correct? And that is
That
why
is the
Mars,
wildest fucking question I've heard all night, and I spent an hour talking with
you
Captain.
cannot
Kentucky
see
earlier.
Australia from or excuse me, you cannot see the new Earth or Mars from Australia, and you cannot see it from you can see Mars from all of the places on Earth, correct?
You wouldn't be able to see the city.
But there
Mars
are places
is too
that
bright.
you cannot see on Earth from Earth. The ability to see it is half of this whole thing, right? The ability to actually visually see that, oh my God, has actually defeated every other god. Like, this is the
I
idea.
unfortunately agree with Rick.
Stop it! Quit! No. Don't do this to me. I need coffee.
Right.
Just
We're
saying.
back to you think you'll literally be able to see the city, not just the planet. It'd be like putting a flashlight in front of a spotlight. The city would not reflect, considering how big the planet is and how much reflecting it's doing. You wouldn't see it.
Oh, if it was shiny, it would. If it was shiny, it would.
If it
Shiny and angled right. If it's angled right, it could turn into a laser
Yeah.
beam by the time it gets here.
It's a Jewish space laser.
Yep. See. You guys all thought I was crazy.
Oh
hate that I'm fixing to say this,
It is Jasper, sir.
but
Jasper
consider
is
this.
Jasper isn't shiny.
Mars. Hold on, Mars. Mars is 2/3 the size of the Earth. That means Mars is approximately the size of Australia, America, and Asia.
Right.
No, stop it. That's not how that works.
A city the size of Australia might actually be fucking visible on that motherfucker. It's not
But
quite
you
that
can't see
big.
Australia from the other side of the planet.
No, I'm saying the size.
it's about from down here. If the city's big as to give you an idea is what you say. How many miles is it?
You would actually have to travel to get there. You don't need to travel to see it.
No, it ain't no 144. How many miles is it, Brick? The city.
1,400
12.
by 1,400 by 1,400
1,400 by 14 by
miles.
14 by 14 by 14. All size 1,400.
Even the height.
That's crazy.
Yeah, one big square.
Yeah, it's a tent.
I don't like it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
but
it's
that
like a
just
big old
sounds like
board
that
cube.
might be-
Yeah, it sounds like communism.
Yeah.
I'm not.
But what I'm
Yeah, technological and biological uniqueness will be added to our own. Nah.
You will be
We're talking
assimilated.
about building a
It has
a city the size of a state,
Has the
right?
Nephilim.
Bigger than some states.
No,
I guess.
it's like half the continental U.S. It's half
Yeah,
the
we're
continental
building a
US is
city,
1,400
or
miles.
someone is building a city that big over there.
Right. It's like, imagine it this way, and this is
That's
like what I was telling them,
crazy.
Sasquatch. 380
Hmm.
miles is the actual width of the mountain, Olympus Mons. Okay, the volcano. It's actually 378 plus 2 mile shelf. Okay, 378 is the 1378, excuse me, 1378 is the actual measurement of the city of New Jerusalem.
1378.
That's what caught my eye in the first fucking place. If it's 500 miles to the east, 500 miles to the west, 500 miles to the north, 500 miles to the south,
that doesn't work. You just said 1,400 miles or something to the east, 1,400 miles to
I
the
definitely
west.
need fucking coffee. I'll be back.
No, that would have been 1,000.
Well, Beth is fixing to shut it down soon.
500 each way is 1,000, brother.
Correct. Right. So that equals up to 1,380.
Yeah. Hey, so all the kings and queens, that's the 1%ers, right? They're going to move there and then blow this place up. That's why that's happening.
Oh, it's so hard not to punch this cat.
Kings and
Stop it.
No.
No, she's trying to get her fucking head on my hot cup of coffee and knock it off my teeth. Hold on, I can't even mute.
Hey,
Sorry.
what if the number said 1,500 in the book? Would it still work? If I told you, that those measurements were 1,500 miles, would that still work?
No, it would not work.
I did the math. That's what
work.
it is.
It could work. No, it's not 1,500 miles. It's
I looked up what a Shrevey thing was, and I did the math myself. It's an eighth of a mile, and you throw together however many of them it is, and you divide it by 8, and you get 1,500.
Sir, biblical scholars would not agree with you.
You're too simple math.
No,
this is as bad as whatever argument we were reviewing where Buddy was 182 meters tall, whatever that was. Just like that.
Yeah,
that was funny.
Miles and Stadia are not actually as compatible as what you're thinking.
I looked up how long a Stadia was. I converted it to miles and figured it out.
You had little feet.
Miles? Okay, how many miles is a Stadia? Exactly.
An eighth of a mile.
No, sir.
That's what Google said.
That's a field. You're talking about a football field.
Right. So how many give me an actual measurement, not just an eighth of a mile. Like that's
well, do the math. A mile is 5,280 feet. You do the math.
500 yards.
0.2 miles. I know. Whatever. Let's pretend it's that. 0.25.
Let's pretend.
It converts
or 0.1. Yeah.
Roughly 607 to 630 feet.
Well, that math is really bad. What kind of calculator you couldn't get no closer? It gave me like a 40 range. It couldn't give me a real number. What kind of fucking calculator you
Somebody's not using a Texas.
It's like it says it's somewhere in between here. Give me a number.
The thing about ancient texts and ancient measurements are that they would use things like furlongs and stadia and reeds, where those measurements are not exact unless you know who was doing the measuring.
Is this like when my husband bought that 6 centimeter or whatever fucking mat and thought it was for our apartment, but then he found out it was for a dollhouse?
Bingo.
And how does a cubit remain the same? We know what that is, but a stadia somehow could be fluid.
So what they're going by is who did the measurement on both of those. That's why when I looked at what the biblical scholars say, I'm saying, okay, what are you guys' conclusion? And then that's what they come up with was the actual 378 or whatever it was, 378, I believe. And I say 380. It's just easier to say. I'm doing literally.
Why not do the math yourself? Fuck what the biblical scholars say. Look up what a stadia is. Do the multiplication yourself, and you won't have to say, I did what a scholar said. I looked at myself.
Like I just told you, there are different measurements, so I have to go to them. I have
how long is the cubit?
What are you guys saying it is?
How long is the cubit?
I don't know exactly. But the cubit,
is the answer there are different measurements?
The cubit part is for the height of the wall. It's not for the height or the width of the city.
I get it, but the logic's the still whole. If stadia, we don't really know what it is, then a cubit, we can't really know what that is either,
It
because
is
it's an old measure.
1.5. It is 1.5 feet or 18 inches. It is 18
So
inches.
does that really mean somewhere between a foot and 2 feet?
So
Or
it
does
says
it mean
also
18
that
inches?
a Egyptian royal cubit can be closer to 1.7 feet or roughly 20 to 21. You see, who is
So
doing the measurement?
yeah, absolutely. It depends on cubit don't even mean something. Maybe whatever that thing
So
is.
if I go to the people who are the authority on this and I go to their consensus, I'm probably going to get a more accurate answer. And when I did that, I found that measurement, but then I said, okay, well, that's kind of cool. I just kind of put that to the side. And then I said, well, it's interesting. What's the biggest like structure in the fucking on the planet? It's like, well, it's mountain and it's this much. I forget, Kilimanjaro, probably K2 or whatever it is. And then I said, well, that's not even close. That's not even close. And that's okay. Well, what about what's the biggest mountain, since it mentioned mountain? And that's where I found Olympus Mons. And I said, well, that's kind of a coincidence. It's kind of strange to be a coincidence to be the exact measurement minus 1,000. It's just wild. It's wild to take that measurement and say it's not a coincidence. It's just too wild. At some point, you have to say, I don't know. This seems a little bit.
Unless you can tie it to the fucking banana stadium thing, then I can't accept it.
Well, it's like, why does
Remember?
A car get built to a certain spec, right? Why is an engine built with certain cubic feet? These ideas, right? It has to have a builder. A house has
But I like your idea, Brick, and I agree with you for the most part.
Yeah.
if prophecy is real, because I think I'm a prophet, so I can't tell you you're crazy.
Sure.
But it does sound like gematria.
I would say that I'm just reading the book.
I get you.
It's the book. Look, it's not my book. I didn't write it. I'm just reading it. Look, I'm not telling you that you have to believe it. I'm just saying that it seems pretty evident to me, especially not just the measurements.
Who's the author of this book?
I don't know, but I'm down with Brick's idea to, since I am a Black Jewish Irish lesbian, to send my people to Mars with Elon Musk. I think it's a good idea.
I'm not going. Fuck that.
No, and I'm
Release my people. We want to
Someone said it was a one-way trip up here. Someone says no coming back from the trip. Once you go, that's it. You're stuck.
Yeah, Elon brings service.
But also the geological aspects of the foundation that it mentions being built with certain gemstones, the wall that would suffice to surround a city, the water aspect, having a steady flow, the way that it's describing it, it would be lighter because of the less gravity. It just, everything makes sense. It would actually create an atmosphere on that planet, as opposed to building it here on the Earth for what? There's no atmosphere necessary. We have an atmosphere. Why would you why would you set something down on an atmosphere that's already existent? It doesn't make sense. Why would you need to provide healing leaves on the planet that you are saying you are going to be bringing them to?
Maybe it went the other way around. We came from Mars, and now we're here. All the water got here because that was the. Yeah, but no. All the water came here because you're saying it's a lot lighter on Mars, right? Well, it all came here through process of, I don't know.
Beth, just read my chat in the regular chat. I'll just tell you, I'm watching for Dusty, and I have the Poor Man raid link ready to go, so it's all good.
That's when the big flood occurred, and all that water from over there came here.
I'm actually about to shut it down now. That way I have a minute to go grab some kind of food. Just
Okay.
stuff in my face.
All right, let me drop. All right, everybody, Dusty is going live. Link is in the chat. If you don't already have it, he'll be live in 3 minutes exactly.
Yep. And I want to thank everybody for coming. Clay,
It was great.
I like picking this apart. I like looking at this. And I'm totally into always looking at that stuff. Like it always, end time prophecy has always fascinated me. So
Hey, we still
This
got to
is
do
one I haven't heard.
demons
been
at
out.
some point. But
Very cool. Very cool.
I'll probably have more questions that I'll be hitting you up with.
Very cool. It'd be great to do like another panel or anything like that. And
Oh, yeah.
also, again, you know, like I said, even in the beginning, there's a lot of misconceptions about what I believe this means. Like one of them being, are we supposed to go there? And that I don't know. I don't know, but I also don't believe it. I don't believe that all human beings would be actually living in that city at that point in time. That doesn't make sense to me. Why would we have this planet to live on and then we all go there?
Don't worry. We have small hats. We'll be fine.
But definitely, this was fun. I apologize to anybody who I offended.
You didn't offend anybody.
I don't think anyone's offended.
Did I offend anybody?
Actually, I'll hit you up.
I hope so.
I want to keep my word to Joe and do a stream where we can go over the contradictions.
No,
would be
that
a
was
lot of fun.
that was what you okay. Yeah, keep your word. I want to do demons,
my
man.
word.
Demons.
Yes, I want to do demons as well. I got your text. I was busy and I forgot to respond to it. I would love to do a whole sit down stream, just attacking the idea of demons and where they come from, and look at a couple of different ideas that have been put out there by biblical scholars.
Yeah, let's do this.
Especially seeing as how now a lot of churches don't think that demons are real anymore, which blows my fucking mind and makes
I
me
didn't know
think
that was true. I didn't know that.
It makes me think
all been infiltrated.
They've been infiltrated by the enemy and are deceiving us to make us more open and more vulnerable to said stuff. So that's just
I show you guys demons every time I show the Canadian government.
all right, guys. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you to the chat. Feel free